Able Township's just on the horizon. See it now. Not much more than a few fences to keep the zombies out. I don't know how they live like that. Guess they won't be living like that much longer. Able Township. Jolly Alpha 5-9er from Mullins military base. We're 5 miles out, approaching from the east, bringing med supplies, shelters, and loan of one of our people. Able Township. Jolly 5-9er requesting permission to land.
Got that. I mean, roger that. You're clear to... Yeah, you can come on in.
Roger, Able. Heading down now. Level with me. You and me both know we haven't got half the usual supplies. We've lied to the township. Yeah, I know you don't know anything. Someone at Able is gonna come up to you and say, I'm here to brief you on Project Greenshoot. And then you'll find out what your mission really is. What the hell? Someone's shooting! That's not from the township! Who the hell has a rocket launcher? We're hit! I've lost the tail rotor! Mayday, mayday, mayday! Jolly 5-9 are going down 3 miles east of Able Township. 2 souls on board.
This is Able Township calling. Supply contact, can you hear us? You're coming down fast. Can any of you hear us? Open your chutes. Jump. Jump. Hey, this is Able Township calling, over. If there's anyone alive, if you've got your parachute open, this is Sam Yao from Able Township. Oh, I'm just a radio operator, man. I'm not supposed to handle this stuff. You've come down in a horde of zombies. They've heard the noise. They're coming. There are 30, no, 40. Oh, crap. Your only safe path is towards the tower. If there's anyone alive there, just run. Run! Wow, there's someone alive down there. Running. Hey, can you hear me? No answer. Still, just look at them go. Heading for the tower, just like I said. Okay, running person. If you can hear me, well, you're going great. The main group's behind you, and you're going to come out of this forest soon, but there's a... Yeah... Well, I can't think of a phrase that's not small army of zombies. Sorry, don't do so well under massive pressure. There's a... Well, one of those, directly to the east of the trees. So, if you head more towards the old sawmill, you should be able to see its massive red signs from where you are. Man, look at that. They're changing direction. You can hear me. Okay. We can keep you safe. It's cool. We can bring you in. No, we can't ask them that. They might be injured.
All the more reason to ask them that. This is Dr. Myers, only medic here at Able Township. Lord knows I'm sorry to ask you this, but your route will take you almost past the old hospital. We know there are medical kits still there from the first wave of infection. If you could pick up even 1 or 2, that would help us.
That's too dangerous. You know what happened to Runner 5.
The Zoms have all followed the noise of the crash.
But what about whoever fired that rocket launcher?
If someone wants to kill that runner, taking an unusual route will make it even harder, not easier. I don't want to be hard-headed, but everyone in this township earns their keep. You should be able to see the Robinson Hospital now. One of the buildings, Griffin Tower, it's the tallest in the abandoned city. And if you can't find anything, we might not be able to let you in when you get here.
Collected 2 first aid kits. Collected a book.
Okay. Man, that's great. You're making good time. No broken legs, I guess. Hey, listen. I'm gonna call you Runner 5. Just 'cause I don't know your name. And we just lost a runner. In that same hospital you're running through now. She was so fast. Really funny. And clever. Me and her, we sort of... She was amazing. But, hey, you could be our new Runner 5. If you make it back alive. Yeah, the runners are pretty important, keeping us going here. Any fuel we have goes to working the generators, and the truth is, if you've got 2 legs and you can go above a slow shamble, you'll be able to stay out the Zom's way. Am I right? Yeah, okay. Your pace is good, but maybe head through the ground floor of the hospital. There's a little swarm gathering in the parking lot I don't like the look of, and yeah, that's good. You could even pick up anything interesting you pass. We think there might be some... Oh, well, we sent the old Runner 5 there looking for some file the doc's interested in, so, you know, if you find anything official looking lying around, just bring it home.
Collected CDC box. Collected 3 first aid kits.
Hey, there you are. I've got you on camera now. Great to see you, even though you're kind of blurry. What's that you're carrying? Look at this, Doc. Runner 5 picked up something in the hospital.
Is that the Centers for Disease Control file?
What's that?
Runner 5, I don't say this lightly. That box could be worth your life to protect. Don't drop it.
What is it?
It might be nothing, it might be everything.
So, a pretty narrow window of definition.
What's that shadow over there?
Oh no. This was what... When we sent her out, this was what happened. They're following you, Runner 5. The swarm from the car park, they're following you now. Run!
Collected a tin of food. Collected a pair of trousers.
So fast. Why are they so fast? They never run. Why are they running? Runner 5. They're gaining on you.
Runner 5, you're not far from the gates now. If you can keep going, we'll send some people with guns out to meet you. Only one zombie is close to reaching you. Just put on a burst of speed, now!
God. It's her. I can see her. It's Alice. It's the old Runner 5. She's the one chasing you. She's still wearing a headset. She's...
Runner 5, it's Runner 7 here, head of runners. The doctors told me you found something useful in the hospital. We're sending out a couple of people to bring you in. Just keep running, as fast as you can. Don't look back. She's She's right behind you. Just run.
Collected a box of light bulbs.
This way! This way! Run!
They're going to shoot her. I can't watch. I don't want to.
That's what you would have wanted, Sam. You know it is. She wouldn't have wanted to live like this.
Run! We've got her covered.
Got her.
Raise the gates. Raise the gates!
Welcome.
Great to meet you.
Hey,
Good to see
good
you
to
in
see you in the
face.
flesh. The totally unbroken skin, not bitten by zombies flesh, right?
The Major
What
wants
were you
to see
doing in that
Bring it
helicopter
back.
anyway?
Hank, step back, everyone. Don't crowd. Give Runner 5 some space. Can't take in so many new faces right now.
Hey, you picked up med
Want
packs.
some
Do
water?
you think that's who they've assigned for Project Greenshoot?
Mission completed. Starting next mission. Collected a pair of shorts. Collected a bottle of water and a mobile phone.
Raise the gates! Oh, that's not supposed to happen. The gates are stuck. Can everyone see the gates are stuck? Have we got an engineer?
Runners, this is an emergency. The gates have stuck in the open position. We're open to all attacks. The following runners to report to the main gates immediately for lure and distract. Runner 2, Runner 3, Runner 5, Runner 8. Go, go, go!
Runner 5, we need you ready to go right now, Runner 5. We're pairing you up with Runner 8 here.
Sorry about that. Hey there, I'm Runner 8, Sarah Smith. How you doing? Ready to go out and misdirect some zombies?
No time for chit-chat. Take one of the noisemakers from the locker. That's right, strap it on your back. Now, just head out and run around. Get the zombs to chase you while we fix the gates. Go, run!
Okay, Able Township, we're clear. Nice, steady pace. About 10 of the zombs on our tail. It's all going well. How you guys holding up?
Yeah, not so well here, Runner 8. We're kinda... The motors are shot, they're telling me. Looks like something got in there and chewed it up.
Sorry about that. Bad chest cold. So do you guys want more time?
The longer you can keep the zombs away, the better.
Got that. We're just having a great day out here. Me and my buddy Runner 5 can get to know each other.
Yeah. That cough. You're okay, aren't you, Runner 8?
It's just a cough.
We just have to be careful, that's all. You know the drill. First a cough, then a rattle, then a moan.
That's how you know the dead are walking. It's just a cough, Sam. He's always fussing about something. Hey, Sam, if it bothers you so much, I'm turning off this transmitter. That way you won't have to hear my coughing.
Oh, no, you don't. That's not how it works.
That's better. Now, it's just you and me.
Collected a pack of bandages.
So you just came down in that chopper a couple of days ago, huh? Must have been pretty scary. Seems like you were the only one who survived. At least, we haven't seen any other survivors. Duck down just a second there, honey. There we go. We don't usually have guns. There's not enough to go round, but they like to try and help us out on a decoy mission like this. Amazing how you turned up here. Just dropped out of the sky after someone fired a rocket launcher at your helicopter. That's really strange, isn't it? I mean, you were just bringing in supplies. We've been in touch with a military base 100 miles north, and they do some drops of meds and wet weather gear, that sort of thing. So, who would do a thing like that? And you know what I keep thinking about? How do we even know it was you on that chopper at all? We haven't got any way to transmit pictures anymore, so we didn't know what you look like. Sure, you turn up in the right uniform, but that could have been stripped from a body. You might not have been in that chopper at all. It might have been you who shot it down. Duck your head down for a minute. Wouldn't want to hit you by mistake.
Collected a bottle of pain meds.
There, got him. That was a close one. Better stay close. Hey there, Sam. Were you worrying about us? Just didn't want to irritate you with this cough, that's all.
Never, ever, Runner 8. Runner 8, you know you never, ever turn your radio off. Never do that. Okay?
He gets lonely without us.
I heard that, and it's not about me, okay? It's about keeping you alive. 8 more have joined the pack chasing you. You're still ahead of them. Just keep going.
We're heading west. We clear?
This is why you never, ever turn off your radio. There's a swarm to the west, and we think they've... Oh, yeah, here we go. They've heard you. That's Zoms to your west, east, and... yeah, south.
Well then, time to...
Head north.
I've got a plan.
Collected a radio.
Hey, Sam, it occurs to me we haven't really shown Five here the neighborhood, or the neighbors.
You mean New Canton?
I sure as heck don't mean the zombies.
Do we want to start a war with New Canton?
Just a little payback, Sam. Don't you remember how they herded those zombs towards us when they were building new barracks?
Oh, yeah, but...
If the Major were here, we'd check with her. As it is, New Canton's to the north. Our exit is to the north. You know it makes sense. Speed up, quick, towards New Canton.
Collected a pair of trousers.
There are arms behind us. Run!
Stop! We shoot to kill!
Keep going. Wahoo! Well, that's one way to take down a bunch of zombs. Oh, don't worry about New Canton. They've got the firepower to deal with them. Means you and me are home free. Hey, Sam, how's the gate coming?
Yeah, nearly there. Come on in if you're not dragging a pack behind you.
I guess this turned out to be less of a good time for a little chit-chat than I hoped, Five. Truth is, I wanted to find out if I could trust you. There's some pretty strange stuff going on round here. The Major's called away on urgent business. Someone brings a chopper down, firing from the middle of the zombie wilderness, and you turn up like a white knight. Too damn convenient, Five.
We've got them working again. Welcome home, runners. Great run. Not a single hostile anywhere near our gates.
Oh, yeah. Me and Runner Five here make a great team. We'll be going out together all the time, won't we, Five?
Yeah, maybe not next time, though. We're getting reports that there might be a child stuck in no man's land. Get some rest, Runner 5, because we'll need you to do another fast run as soon as you can.
Mission completed. Starting next mission. Collected 2 packs of batteries. Collected a box of light bulbs.
Raise the gates! Runner 5 ready. And go.
Thanks, Sam. I'll take it from here.
No problem, Evan. I'll keep the comms link operational in case of trouble. Runner 5? 7 here is our head of runners.
That's not an official title, Sam.
Oh, unofficially.
That's what I get for surviving longer than most of the others. I'll be taking you on a quick tour around the perimeter of the base today and show you the main routes into the city. Should be a quick, easy run.
You know what happens when you say that.
Whatever happens, we'll handle it. We always handle it. We've decided to go with Sam in giving you the Runner 5 designation. We're sad to lose the old Runner 5, but that's the reality of life on the ground. We've spoken to Mullins, the base you came from, and they're not willing to send down another helo until we know who fired that rocket launcher at you. So, this is your new home. You're the new Runner 5. Congratulations. They've told you nothing about us, I suppose. That seems to be the way up at Mullins base. Send people in, take them out, don't talk about where you're going, don't let anyone get attached. It's not the way I'd run it, and it's not how the Major runs it here at Able Township. We care about our people here, and as long as you work hard, we'll take care of you. So, you see, we're circling clockwise round the base. The bunker to your right is half the reason any of us are here. Take a look at it. Narrow slit windows built into the ground. We use it as an armory now, but at the start of the outbreak, some of us spent 3 weeks sheltering in there whilst the world went mad around us. Thank God for survivalists building well-stocked fallout shelters. And for the owner of this place. She still lives here with us. The other half of the reason we're here is that building at the very centre of the compound. That old farmhouse, thick stone walls, good high vantage points, particularly as we're on a hill. You can see why those of us who knew anything about tactics came here. With just 5 rifles, we fought off 300 of the walking dead in our first week here. We're under the command of Major DeSanta. She had lost most of her squad, but managed to keep us all going. That's how we earned our place. What's that over there? Can you see it? Caught in the trees downhill. Something white and fluttering. Just past that zombie lurching towards the pines. Might be nothing. Might be something. A good target for a quick run, anyway. Don't worry. If that zombie gets too close, our sniper on the roof will be covering you. Go. I think I see what it is. Mullins said you've been at the base almost since the outbreak started. It's a government drop. Do you see that part hanging down? The green tap? Pull that and it should come straight out of the trees. We've got company. Our position between 2 large cities does mean that we get a steady stream of wandering dead. You should be able to do it. Just put on a burst of speed now, and you'll get the government drop and outpace the zombie. Don't wait. Run.
Collected a packet of antibiotics, 2 packs of batteries, a box of 9mm bullets, a first aid kit, and a pair of shorts. Collected a bottle of water.
That's good. I can see you'll be a valuable asset to us at Able Township. We don't have bullets to waste on zombies, not unless we have to, and we certainly can't waste them firing wide, so we rely on runners. You'll be well rewarded if you do a good job. Run along the main road here with me for a while. I've got something to show you.
Collected a bottle of water.
Here we can get the best view of the land. There are the major cities. We'll probably send you in there looking for supplies, but never try to spend the night there, crawling with the undead. And see that castle on the hill? That's New Canton. They're the biggest settlement of living humans within 100 miles, we think. For the most part, we don't talk to them, they don't talk to us, and that's the way we all like it. And see over there, the burned barns to the west. That used to be a little settlement, called themselves Scoobs, mostly teenagers. They were about the size of Able Township. We don't know what happened to them. One day they were doing fine, swapping DVDs with our runners, keeping chickens, growing their own marijuana. Next day, burned out shell. Probably a zombie attack caused a fire somehow. Right, another practice run. Let's outpace those zombs and head back to Able.
Collected Vermin and Times article. Collected an axe.
You know, some people in Able Township were worried about taking you in, Runner 5. That rocket launcher attack spooked us all, of course. We weren't aware that anyone in this sector had that kind of capability, and Mullins Base haven't always been straight with us. Funny thing, Runner 5. Just before Scoop's settlement was destroyed, they'd had a man sent in from Mullins Base, arrived on a helo just like you, but without half the supplies they'd been expecting. Strange. Right. More zombs approaching from the east. Let's head back into Able. You've done well today, 5. We'll have use for you soon.
Mission completed. Starting next mission.
Raise the gates. Runner 5 ready. Gates are open, covering fire, and go. We've had that report confirmed, Runner 5. There's a kid wandering in no man's land. You're heading right for it. Sometimes happens that way, you know. Zom attacks, parent fights it off, gets bit, kills the Zom, then abandons the kid and runs as far away as possible so they won't eat it when they turn. Ugh. Kid Zoms are the worst though, aren't they? Sometimes in these scenarios the kid's been bitten too. Watch yourself. But in this case, we think not. We've been monitoring for a few hours and kids usually turn faster than adults. Faster metabolism, everything works faster. I saw a kid once went Zom in under 5 minutes. Parents watching. That was grim. So, hey, Runner 5, you've already made quite the name for yourself round here. Especially after leading those Zoms past New Canton. We didn't expect to get a new runner so soon. Well, I knew someone would be coming in on that supply copter from the military base up north, but all they told me was that we'd be getting some more medkits, some extra shelters, with someone who knew how to put them up. Guess you were supposed to chop her in, show us how to build the shelters, chop her out, right? Guess your guys don't want to send another chopper for you, seeing what happened to the first one, eh? Bummer. We're still no nearer figuring out what happened there. Didn't come from New Canton, didn't come from us, obviously. Didn't come from the city. No one there but Walking Dead anyway, and the day they start to use rocket launchers, we'll all be in trouble. Seems like it might have come from the wilderness. Kinda near where you're heading today. Anyway, you're doing great. Yep, nice steady pace. All clear on the scanner up ahead. Just keep going. All right. You're getting closer to the kid now. I know the Major's always saying we haven't got enough space back at base, and every person has to pull their weight, and taking all comers is kinda how New Canton got into the trouble they're in now, but still, I'm glad everyone's on board with not letting children die from exposure. It's basic ground rules of human society, you know. Hey. Can you see that? There's some movement on the scanner. You should be able to see the kid any second now. I think they're heading towards you. What's that? Oh man, someone else incoming. Looks like they're coming up behind you, heading for the kid too. If you don't hurry, they'll get there before you do. Run!
Go back where you came from. Leave the kid to me.
Okay. I don't know what that guy wants, and he's practically on top of you, but you're still ahead. Just put on a burst of speed now, and you'll find that kid, and then you grab it, and well, just keep running. I'll think of something.
Put that child down. Leave her for me.
Yeah. Keep running.
Put her down. Molly? Molly, it's okay. Daddy's here. Don't worry, Molly. I'm going to take you home. Give her to me.
Yeah, actually.
My name's Ed. That's my daughter, Molly. I know you're just trying to help out, but if you pass her to me, we can go home. Come on, Molly. That's a good girl. See, I've got Mr. Rabbit here for you. Here's Mr. Rabbit.
Whatever heartwarming scenes are going on over there, guys, there are 5 zombs closing in on you. Better keep moving.
Hey, just pass her to me, then hop on the back of the bike and... God damn it. Out of fuel. Okay, pass Molly to me and let's run. I've seen you guys before. Able Township, huh? Yeah. Becca always said we should join up with you guys. Hey, I don't want to abandon the bike, and I know a fuel dump is near here. If I take you there, will you help me carry some back? You can keep some for yourself. I guess like everyone else, you guys are interested in finding fuel.
Another 3 zoms on your tail. Keep up the pace.
I guess you're wondering how Molly here. Aren't you a strong girl, Molly, hey? Strong and brave girl. I guess you're wondering how she ended up out here by herself. I can only guess myself. But me and Becca, we've been holed up in a farmhouse about 8 miles from here. We've been okay, you know. I went out hunting to bag us some birds. Usually brought down 2 dozen pigeons in a day. Never stayed out overnight. But last week, damn, I got stupid. Made too much noise. Didn't keep moving enough or something. Before I knew it, 40 zoms surrounding the farmhouse where I holed up to shoot. Not enough ammo. Had to take each one down with a headshot. And then more came. And more. And more. Like I stumbled into a nest. I was away for 5 nights. 6 days. Before I finally took down the last one and left. By the time I got back home, Becca must have thought I was already dead. She left a note for me saying she was walking to Abel. And on the way, I guess, well, she ran as far away from Molly as she could before she died. I guess that's the last thing she could do to protect her daughter. Okay, fuel dump's just over the next ridge. We'll just pick up a couple of cans each and head back to the bike. You know, the last time I was down here, I saw that some guys had set up camp not far away. New guys. Hadn't seen them before. Wearing some kind of blue uniform and... just over here. They've left their rocket launcher.
Collected tone producing device. Collected a can of fuel and 2 tins of food.
Whoa! Yeah, I got you on the cameras. You guys found fuel. You're just getting more and more popular around here, Five. What the hell are you carrying there?
Okay, honey. It's all okay. We're nearly back at the bike. Guess those guys must have just dumped this launcher, huh? Weirdest thing. Thing like this is valuable. Even more so now than before. Can you take Molly? Just run with her while I fuel up the bike. Just in case. Come back in a few. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Collected a box of light bulbs. Collected a pack of bandages.
Hey, get away from that runner. Duck, I'll get him with a tyre iron. Got her working just fine. Little drink was all she needed. So, I guess you guys at Abel Township will be using my fuel dump now, huh? And well, I'm not sure I want to go back home now that Becca's... well, we don't know what's happened. I guess she could be okay. I guess so. Anyhow, I expect you guys could use a decent mechanic over at Abel Township, yeah?
That guy just took out 2 zombs from the back of his motorbike. Tell him we'll take him in.
OK. I've got the launcher strapped on nice at the back, and the extra fuel cans, and Molly riding up front with me. Hey there, Miss Molly. But I don't think there's room for, well, I guess you're going to have to run.
Mission completed. Starting next mission. Collected a box of light bulbs.
Runner 5? Runner 5, report to the main gates. Immediately, Runner 5. It's an emergency. Damn, where is the switch that makes the klaxon?
Excellent. Runner 5, you're the only person available, and we rather desperately need you to run to... Why does Mr. Yao keep this place in such a god-awful state? It's not as if we have infinite resources for him to...
What the hell do you think you're doing in my comm station, Janine?
Never mind about that. What is this brown, sticky goop covering the desk under your keyboard? Please don't tell me
It's Marmite. Janine. Plain, simple, ordinary, delicious Marmite.
But why have you...
The jar broke. I may have been demonstrating how to use it to crush a zombie skull. Now, get out of my chair and away from my mic. You know we have a deal. We don't interfere with your private quarters, and you don't...
It's an emergency.
Such an emergency you couldn't come and find me?
We've had word on the Rufflenet that about 70 zombs are heading for Brunswick, but their communications are down. We can't raise them. We need to send a runner to get there ahead of the horde to tell them what's coming.
Ah, yeah. Right. Yeah, that is an emergency. Runner 5, run! Okay, 5, yeah. Well, it looks like Janine was right. One of the New Canton satellite settlements fell a few nights ago. Now, we don't know what happened. Probably the usual. Someone got bitten, didn't want to admit it, came back home and bam, 70 new zombies wandering the wilderness.
And there's the fire.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Janine. I was just getting to that. Brunswick is fairly isolated. There used to be Brunswick Technology Park, set in 40 acres of rolling countryside. Not great food stocks, but a comms hub. And they traded working tech for other supplies.
Until the fire...
Yeah, all right, thank you. I was getting there. They had a fire. Last night, one of their buildings went up like a torch. Killed their aerials. It's still burning, though. No fire engines around to put it out now. We had a runner arrive this morning from Brunswick to bring us the news, and we've sent one of our guys to take them some emergency supplies, but...
Their communications are gone. We can't tell them that the fire's attracting the zombies like moths to a flame. If moths wanted to eat your face off.
That's... poetic. And... creepy.
I have friends in Brunswick, good people. Equipment from Brunswick is what keeps you able to talk to your runners, Mr. Yao.
So, yeah. There are 70 zombs moving at a slow shamble towards Brunswick. And if you can't keep up the pace, 5...
Soon there'll be 50 more zombies in Brunswick.
Collected a tin of food. Collected a tin of food.
Yeah, I see them. That's... wow. Haven't seen that number on the move for quite a while. 5. You probably won't be able to see them yet. They're screened by the curve of the hill. But if Brunswick is at 12 o'clock, there's a massive pack heading towards them from about 10 past 10? Quarter past 10. Well, sometime in the pre-11s direction anyway. Right. The point is, they're nearer Brunswick than you are, and Brunswick won't be able to see them, even if they're looking out. You're going well, though. If you manage to keep steady at that pace, you should get there a good 40 minutes before the zombs. Is that enough? Yeah, maybe try and speed up a bit. Did you... was that something? Through the headphones? Is that... Janine? Didn't we send Runner 1 to Brunswick this morning? That's what I was told before my break.
No, Mr. Pulse is still recovering after that nasty business with the exploding munitions.
Oh, yeah. Unpleasant. So, right, yes, I definitely have a bit of paper somewhere here to tell me who's out in the field at any one time. Just hang on, let me...
Runner 5, it's me, Runner 8. They sent me to Brunswick this morning to try to help out, but my goddamn communicator's on the fritz
That's
again, so I
definitely
can't get in
Runner
touch with
6.
Sam to tell him
Magnolia out there.
there's no one left in Brunswick 5.
Runner 6?
We've taken them all to shelter in the woods until the
I'm
fire
almost
dies down.
100% certain.
Yes, just over there from where we are. They're at about 10 o'clock.
Oh, right. No, sorry. There's a little fleck of...
Collected note from Netrafil. Collected a power cable.
Okay, 5. If what Sam says is right, then we've got a lot of people to warn. The people from Brunswick are split between several small camps along the hill here. You need to go from one to the next to tell them the zombies are coming. We can outpace them easily. I'll head to Brunswick now and probably barricade the east building, the one furthest from the fire, to keep the people safe until Abel can send in help to kill the zombs.
Yeah, I heard all that. That's good. I'm pretty sure if the Major was here, she'd have something stirring to say, but since she's not, all I can say is...
There are 50 people depending on you to keep running. You're going to save lives.
what she said. Go.
Collected a pack of underwear and a sports bra.
You're doing well. That's 20 people heading back to Runner 8's barricades. Keep going. Those people are depending on you. The zombies are coming.
Collected a radio. Collected a pack of batteries.
Okay, you've sent another 15 people back to Runner 8's barricaded building. I see the last group just ahead of you, and you're still in front of the zombs, just about. These guys can see the zombs, they just need to know where to go, so if you wave at them... Yes! They're following.
Oh, I can see Mr. Jones. Ben Jones, thank God you got him out.
Janine, are you... Are those tears, Janine?
Certainly not, Mr. Yao. I'm grateful to Runner 5, that's all. Ben, Mr. Jones and I worked together a few years ago when I was still in the private sector.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And I thank you not to ask questions. I'm grateful he's alive. You've done good work today, Runner 5. You saved those people's lives. Now, back to Brunswick as quick as you can. You and Runner 8 can shelter behind the barricades until we send some runners to deal with the zombies. Brunswick's very important to the operation of Able, Runner 5. You've done more than you know today.
Mission completed. Starting next mission. Collected a bottle of pain meds. Collected a toolbox.
Hello, Runner 5? Runner 5. Is this thing on, Mr. Yao?
And you have to, just give it to me a sec. Hey, Runner 5. We're changing things up a bit. Isn't that exciting? Look, you just have to keep this button pressed in when you're talking and make sure you lean this way so your body sort of, extends the area a bit and...
Good grief, is this the way you've been managing all these months?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, I make it work.
But if you just plugged this in here, then you can sit back and the signal's better.
Yeah, I knew that. No, I didn't. I didn't know that at all. So, Runner 5, treat for you today. Janine here will be your controller, leading you off on a very special assignment. Won't you, Janine?
Don't patronise me, Mr. Yao.
I wasn't. I didn't mean...
Runner 5, just run.
Collected a bottle of water.
Very simple expedition for you today, Runner 5. Nothing too taxing, although it is important it's done swiftly.
That's why we call them runners, you know.
Yes, quite. We're low on cable, electronic supplies, that sort of thing. They're getting harder to find as time goes on. Weather corrodes, rats gnaw, looters, well, loot. So I need you to head towards New Canton.
New Canton?
That is what I said. It's all very straightforward, Mr. Yao. We treat New Canton as our enemy. Why?
Because they enforced martial law over there. They refuse to take our people in when under attack. And they're getting too big. And they're having dangerous outbreaks of zombie plague.
They're still human, Mr. Yao. If we humans can't stick together, we can't expect to survive this extinction threat. I've been in touch with the people at New Canton. They'll be waiting for Runner 5.
I don't think that sounds as good as I think you think it sounds.
It's all going to be fine. Just keep running, 5. Everything's going to be fine. Trust me.
That's the last thing you should say in situations like this.
Don't need to be in touch with all of them. As you know, Mr. Yao, we've set up a rudimentary form of the internet which allows communications via a kind of bulletin board operated by ham radio. I've contacted 1 or 2 people in New Canton telling them about our need for parts. They've kindly offered to let us have some, and I have no doubt we'll return the favour in due course.
Yes, I do know. Why are you telling me something I already know, saying as you know?
I suspected, given your inability to work your own aerial, that you might not actually know.
Well, as you know, the switch you just flipped with your elbow when you turned round is letting Runner 5 hear our conversation.
Oh, Carry on, Runner 5. Yes, run.
She's gone to the bathroom. To be perfectly honest, I mildly suspect she might have bugged the comms desk. Comm shack. Comms desk. Can you hear me, Janine? Yeah, she can't hear me. Well, she wouldn't say if she could hear me. That woman is tricky. Listen, she's coming back in a second, and I know she's very good at her job, but just to be on the safe side, I'm keeping as many of our scanners focused on you as I can.
What are you doing, Mr. Yao?
Nothing. Just talking to Runner 5. That's my job. My job is talking to Runner 5. Doing my job.
Yes, that's your job. While we're here, Runner 5, slight diversion. If you just head towards the large green building you should be seeing on your right, my contact tells me there will be some electrical supplies. It's a Sheepswan Electrical Engineering building.
You know what those are on this monitor here, right?
Oh yes, and there's quite a large concentration of zombies in the area, so do run.
Collected a solar charger, a car battery, and a bottle of pain meds.
Very good, Runner 5. You were quite right to recommend this one, Mr. Yao. A very efficient, competent worker.
Yeah. We don't want to lose Runner 5, just bear that in mind.
There's nothing to be alarmed about, Mr. Yao. Everything's going well. My contact, Herhes Hatab in New Canton, has arranged for a cache to be waiting for us to pick up just outside the city. The rebels in the city are very eager for us to make contact.
The rebels? Are you trying to start some kind of war with New Canton?
We all know New Canton is going to fall, Mr. Yao. It's only a matter of time, and when they do, some of them will want to join up with us.
Yeah, you know what a city like New Canton falling means? There's 17,000 people in that complex. When the city falls, that won't be 17,000 happy people wandering over here with blankets and picnic baskets. It'll be 17,000 zombies, caused by someone who was too afraid to admit they got bitten.
All the more reason for us to help some of them get out now. We need to be there on time, Runner 5. Do pick up the pace. Your contact should be meeting you just over the edge of the ridge from where you are right now. Keep running. Take evasive maneuvers.
What evasive maneuvers? This isn't Top Gun. There's only one evasive maneuver available. Runner 5. Runner 5. There's a break in the, yeah, a wall of people surrounding you. If you keep heading in the direction you're going, you might go out of scanner range, but Runner 5, just run.
Mission completed. Starting radio mode.
Hey, 5. Listen, some guys at the base here are testing something. I have to listen to it, so I'm gonna kick it through to you as well, while you're out there. You just keep doing your thing, though. Run till you're tired, and we'll see how far the signal reaches. That cool? Cool.
Hello? Testing, 4, 8, 15, 6... Stop, that does not sound good. Oh, thanks. Try that. Hello? Cool. Right, that's good. Good. Nice work. Thanks. Shall we? Oh, yeah, okay. Welcome, listeners. If you're out there, I'm Eugene, and that other voice you were hearing is my partner, Jack. Hello. We're here at Able Township, and I guess you're listening to our first broadcast. Welcome. It's taken us a while to get all the equipment together, but here we are, and we'll be broadcasting as often as we can on this frequency, pending our grisly demise. It's a constant threat. Obviously. But until then, we'll be playing you whatever music we can rustle up. I've got a few thousand tracks here, as long as this solar charger keeps working. Thank you, Steve Jobs. Indeed. So we'll be bringing you whatever music we can, along with important news and notices from Able and the surrounding area. Everything you need to know to make your life safer and marginally less miserable. Wow. Soften the blow, why don't you? Shut up. No one will be listening yet, anyway, except for Sam.
Hi, Sam. Hope we're coming through loud and clear.
Hello to Sam Yao. All right, good buddy, this track's for you.
Collected a pack of bandages.
Okay, welcome back. Now, we hope there aren't too many of you out there planning to travel today.
It's not the safest activity nowadays.
At least not the way we were doing it.
I told you that wasn't your fault.
Never mind. Forget it. Anyway, we hope you can stay indoors, but if you can't, there are some areas you absolutely have to stay away from, according to what we're hearing around here.
Yeah, apparently there are high levels of activity near the following landmarks, and that's Flacco Field, the old Diamond campus, the grounds of the Madison School, and Sturge Plaza.
If you find yourself near any of those locations, keep quiet, seek shelter, and move quickly away as soon as you're confident in your ability to do so safely. These are not safe places to be, people.
Yeah, and that pretty much covers the whole east end of town, too.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of bedroom heroes on the campus. Thought that they could outlast the end of the world with a few gallons of bottled water and a Swiss Army knife. And now, a few months later, they're all pouring back out onto the streets, and that whole part of the city is a no-go.
See, it makes you kind of hate all those survival horror films, doesn't it? Giving everyone the idea they'll be able to survive.
Stupid Romero.
Damn that guy.
But hey, it's not all bad news. No. Supposedly, there are a few new green zones springing up too, so get your maps out.
Yeah, firstly, we want to say a big hello to the folks at Phoenix Comics. Now, they've been in touch on the radio to say they've cleared out and secured the entire north and west sides of Hemmons Town Square.
We've been told that they've got clean water, some of it hot, strong walls, and some serious firepower covering all approach roads.
Hanging out a great big do not disturb sign there, aren't they?
I'd say. They did let us know that peaceful visitors, especially those looking to trade tin food or medical supplies for hot showers or other home comforts, should make themselves known by wearing blue cloth on their heads as they approach.
Yeah, just some good old country courtesy there.
You've never worn the blue hat?
No.
Oh, my auntie wouldn't let us in the house without one. She's very superstitious.
You are full of it.
Listen to the zombie berating the corpse.
Get lost, right, you lot. I'm going to play some music while I have a calm adult discussion with Eugene here about not being such a massive pillock. Stay safe, we'll be back soon.
Collected a bottle of water.
Right, time for more updates.
Yep. Apparently, Shinagoku Tower is now completely green and clean, thanks to the impressive efficiency of the boys on the top floor.
Is that Corbus Consulting?
Yeah. We've been told that they've got the tower on total lockdown. No one in or out, and they're hanging some kind of homemade banners from the penthouse suite informing the curious to leave in no uncertain terms.
Yes, friendly guys.
Real one-percenters.
Well, that is an old one.
I like to keep it old school.
For sure.
I keep it real.
Are you sure your leg was the only thing you damaged in that fall?
Oh, ouch. Low blow.
Quite literally.
Bam.
Headshot.
We're never going to do better than that. May as well stop trying. Let's just play some music.
Done. Right, we'll be back with you later, guys.
Stay safe.
You're listening to Radio Able. We're here for you. Coming up next, more music, more chat. Stay with us. Do you know I had my first kiss to that song?
Oh, really? That is so
cheesy,
pretentious.
Well, up yours. You don't want to know what I did to this one.
All right, everybody, we're back.
Just barely.
Oh, you're being melodramatic.
Oh, if that's what you want to call it.
Well, all right. It's not the greatest of situations, but let's not get carried away. Maybe we should explain. This morning
we had a little message from our resident dictator.
Easy now.
Oh, sorry. I don't care how little fuel we...
Stop it!
No, I'm serious.
Collected a pair of shorts.
Sorry about that. Slight technical problem there. As we were saying, we had a message this morning.
A lovely wake-up call.
All right. Anyway, it wasn't the best of news. So to fill you in, we're running our transmitter on a gas generator.
Like most other things.
Like most other things here at Able, right. Which is part of the problem. Basically, as you might imagine, fuel is short. So there's a question of...
Priorities.
Yes, priorities. As the Major informed us, until the situation at Able is more stable, our transmissions are...
an unnecessary drain on resources.
Unfortunately so. Which means we might be off air for a while, until there's a more steady supply of fuel to the camp. Rest assured, as soon as we can, we'll be right back here with you.
God.
What?
I just don't know how you can be so calm. This is ridiculous.
We'll talk about it later.
What?
Let's just talk about it later.
Fine.
All right. Thanks. So, listeners, as you can hear, we're in a tough spot here. We're going to do our best to work it out. We're going to be back with you as soon as we can.
If anyone out there has a few spare tanks of petrol, that'd really help.
It'd certainly speed things up. For now, we'll leave you with a song. Until we're back, look after each other and stay safe.
Stay safe, everyone.
Collected 2 packs of batteries, a book, and a mobile phone.
And we're back. This is Jack Holden here with my main man, the Merry to my Pippin, my rock, Eugene Woods.
Well, we're very chipper today, aren't we?
What can I say? Things are looking up. Back to work, fresh supply of fuel. What more could a guy want?
A window in the tiny shack he spends 20 hours a day in?
Well, yeah, there's that.
A hot shower.
Of course, but...
even a can of deodorant at this point.
Whoa. All right, I get it. We're a bit ripe.
Yes, but it is good to be back.
Damn straight. I am in a good mood.
Well, why don't we welcome everyone back with something from your collection?
Yeah, sounds good to me. This one here goes out to all our wonderful runners. Stay safe out there, guys.
Collected 2 pairs of trousers.
All right. Nice to be back, everyone, and that was a great song.
Definitely, it's an old favourite of mine.
With good reason. Okay, shall we fill in the guys on what's happening?
With pleasure. So, when last you heard our dulcet tones, we'd been asked to refrain from broadcasting until fuel for our generator was more plentiful, a request to which we were happy to acquiesce.
I thought it was bleeping censorship.
Yeah, very good. Anyway, we've had an influx of supplies lately, as well as a very productive discussion with our dear Major. 2 things which have combined to put us back on the air.
As you can hear.
Indeed. And after our discussion with the Major, it's given us a whole bunch of ideas about what we can do with the station from here.
Yes, she had plenty of input, didn't she?
Yeah, very bright woman. Very, very creative.
I'm glad you agree. So, in the coming days, we're going to be trying to bring you more, how did she put it?
Public service content.
Right, and less,
Innuendo-ridden gossip?
No. Dead air. That's right. We're going to try to up our game, give you guys the best we can.
Earn our keep.
Exactly. We're talking about more solid information about the state of play, more useful tips and tricks, even some ideas about how we can help coordinate the distribution of vital supplies.
Yeah, basically, guys, we're hanging up the drive time jokes and bringing out the solid, hard-hitting journalism you'd expect from 2 such consummate professionals as ourselves.
Wow. Yeah, that. In short, we're back, and we're going to be better than ever.
But the one thing we won't be changing is our unbroken record of playing great songs for you all. And here's the next.
We'll catch you all soon. Stay safe.
Listeners, I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did.
Oh, speak for yourself.
Oh, don't be that grouchy. I can see you misting up in the corner there.
I had something in my eye.
Yeah, sure you did, buddy, sure.
Just get on with it.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Radio Able. If it's happening, we'll tell you about it.
Nice. Speaking of which, here's a really happening tune for all our loyal fans. Stay safe, guys.
Collected a shirt.
Sunset is expected around 7:45 p.m., so that gives you about an hour to get inside. Remember, if you don't have anywhere, if you can't get inside, you'll need to find yourself a bottleneck and hole up until sunrise. Look for a place with only one or two angles of approach and keep them covered. Just keep quiet, make sure not to let yourself get surrounded, and good luck.
Yeah, we'll be right here waiting for you on the other side.
Do we have anything to play just now?
Yeah, I've got a track all queued up.
Great, well then let's, here's a song for everyone out there.
Collected a mobile phone and a pair of trousers.
I don't know if I like her.
And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that.
Yes, well, it's one of my favorites, and it's great to hear it again. You don't really appreciate these things until they're scarce, do you?
Yeah, no, of course.
I mean, there are so many things from before that I never gave a thought to, like shower gel or honey or sushi, but now they seem much more important.
Yeah, a link to the past.
A link home. Exactly. And that's, that's what we're here for, if we can be, as well as all the informational stuff. A reminder,
Yeah, and speaking of that, we've got some reminders and notices coming up in just a second. But I've really got to play you something special I found before we get there. I think you're going to like this.
Collected a box of 9mm bullets.
Okay, so it's time for some important notices for everyone here at Able Township.
Yeah, and the rest of you out there in the big wide world, feel free to tune out for a bit. Maybe go plant a corpse or two, yeah?
We'll be right here when you get back.
Yeah, we basically live here, so...
He snores like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, get on with it.
Okay, well, our dear leader here would like you all to know the following. Thanks to an influx of supplies...
And a new runner, apparently.
Thanks to an influx of supplies, we will now be increasing each resident's daily ration by 25%. Distribution times remain unchanged. Also, any resident carrying a firearm should be sure to get it checked at least once a week, along with its ammunition. Yeah, we've had a few unfortunate misfires recently. No one's been hurt, but well...
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Exactly. If you don't look after your tools, they can't look after you. So, weapon checks are carried out every day around noon at the armory. Residents are also reminded that it is advisable for all children under the age of 14 to carry small caliber semi-automatics only.
I don't know. Do you remember that kid in Surrey?
The one with a shotgun? Yeah, but that's a story for another time. Right now, we're going to take a break, stretch my leg, but we'll be back with you at dusk. Stay safe out there.
Stay safe.
Collected an axe.
Great stuff there, Jack.
Why, thanks, Eugene. You're not doing too bad yourself.
Thanks. All right. This is a quick shout out to anyone who was in the quad this morning. I'm sorry for flashing you. I had an unfortunate trouser-related malfunction, and well, I'm sorry.
You flashed in the quad. You didn't tell me about that.
Because I knew you'd find it funny.
What happened?
Well, I was trying to readjust my crutch, while I was out walking, and well, I hadn't done my belts up properly, and I guess my pants fell down. Oh, sure, thanks. You're so supportive. Anyway, listeners, I'm sorry if you saw that. If not, let's forget I mentioned it. Here's a song. Okay, welcome back and good day to you all. Hopefully we have the same number of listeners as yesterday evening.
Or more.
Or more. Basically, we're just hoping everyone made it through the night safely.
Well, that's actually what I want to talk about just now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking we could share a few tips from our tales on the road, you know, spread the wisdom.
Well, won't that be a bit,
What?
you know... The phrase, teach your grandma to suck eggs, comes to mind.
I'm not even sure what that means.
Seriously. It means to teach someone something they already know how to do very well.
Oh. We don't think... Well, I mean, I just thought it'd be interesting and
Well,
useful.
yeah, I guess, but, you know, it's been quite a while now. Anyone who's listening out there is already pretty good at staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, all right, it's a fair point, but, well, I just thought it'd be a good way of us telling some stories from the road, you know?
Sure, if you want. Listeners, don't expect any of this to be, like, mind-blowing, you know?
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Really selling it.
My pleasure. Hey, now, how about a song before we get started? It'll give me some time to think about so I can join in.
Oh, so now you want to join in?
Just play something, dummy.
Collected a pack of underwear.
A little something there to whet your appetite before we have some first-rate survival tips from your favourite post-civilization radio hosts.
Nice. So, what's on the agenda?
Well, obviously, as my esteemed partner noted, if you're listening to us, you're still alive, so you probably have your own method pretty well sorted.
Either that or you're the luckiest person left.
Or that. Anyway, we figured it wouldn't be very interesting to go over the usual shelter at night. It's only safe if it stopped moving. First a cough, then a groan bollocks.
Incredibly useful bollocks.
Incredibly useful bollocks, yes. But bollocks with which we are already familiar.
Oh, easy there, Tiger.
Oh, grow up. Right, so none of the basics. We wanted to talk about some stuff you might not have thought of. Some unorthodox tricks we've seen, and some of the characters we met on the road to Abel.
Shall I begin?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, one thing I wanted to talk about was weaponry.
Sure thing. Now, it's pretty important nowadays.
Yeah, now everyone's probably figured out the really important stuff you want from a weapon.
Effectiveness.
Durability.
Ease of use.
Exactly. Put simply, it should hit hard, never break, and be easy to swing.
Oh, like WG here.
Yes, exactly like WG. For those of you unable to see through your radios, WG is Jack's cricket bat.
A faithful companion since day one.
It has held up rather well.
Good old WG.
And like WG here, there are some other attributes we think are vital in the perfect weapon. Jack?
Oh, well, firstly, you want to think about its weight. Now, you'll be carrying this thing around with you, so it's probably best to go for something lightweight, like a cricket bat.
Of course.
Rather than something heavy like a chainsaw or a sledgehammer.
You might think it's worth the wait for the extra hitting power, but trust us, after a week on the road, you'll wish you left it behind.
Now, the second thing you want to consider is maintenance.
How easy is your weapon to repair and clean?
Yeah, exactly. Now, a couple of days lugging around a rake covered in little bits of viscera you just can't get out, and you'll be wishing you had something that was stainless steel.
Yeah, God, like Zach's.
Oh, God, that fork. Oh, God, that was rough.
So Zach was this guy we traveled with for a while. He had this thing that it was like a garden trident. What do you call it?
A garden fork?
Yeah, all right, that'll do. Anyway, it was really difficult for him to clean, and by the end of the second week with him, the thing just stank.
All bits of brain on the pointy bits, and it just wasn't nice.
No, and of course, one day he trips, scratches his leg.
And that's all she wrote.
Keep him clean, guys. Be safe.
Oh, and the last thing we want to talk about with your weapons is acoustics.
Yeah, all right. Okay, yes. Everyone knows that guns are terrible weapons for travelers.
One shot calls the horde.
Exactly, but we're talking about something else, guns aside.
Well, take, for example, the humble frying pan.
Lightweight, easy to clean, heavy hitting, easy to swing. You'd think it'd be the perfect companion.
Absolutely, but...
But, and it's a big but...
Careful now.
Oh, grow up. The problem with the frying pan is, every time you take a swing, you get this huge...
This resonant, this
zombie-attracting,
gonging noise.
far from ideal.
Well, exactly, absolutely.
Quiet is the key.
In a weapon, at least. Now, for this next song, however, you'll want to crank it up as loud as is safe.
We'll be back with you soon. Okay, you're listening to Radio Able, keeping you informed in a post-civilization world. We're always here. You should be too.
Collected a pack of underwear.
Big fan?
Not really.
Huh. Well, what are you sighing for then?
Reminds me of an ex.
Oh. Great, thanks for that.
Oh, come on, it was in the past.
Never a truer word.
Terrible B.O. anyway.
Speaking of things you'd never thought you'd hear today, here's another. Yeah, that's, it's not as good as I remember it being.
Yeah, it hasn't aged well, has it?
Oh, well, can't all be Mozart.
Thankfully.
Oh, not a fan?
I was always more of a Miles Davis kind of guy.
A bit of Spanish key next time, then.
And don't make promises you can't keep.
All right, well, we'll see. Anyway, we've got some more stuff to talk about now, which we'll introduce with a bit of a story from the road.
Right, so back in the early days when we were moving around...
On our way north.
Right, trying to get away from the big smoke. We'd been traveling for a bit with these three guys from the city.
Hedgies, right?
Yeah, impressively prepared, though.
Yeah, you'd have expected them to be real prima donnas, but they weren't.
One guy,
Sean,
had this incredible bug-out bag full of supplies, useful gear, said he'd had it packed for months.
Right, and these guys were total machines. Just steel.
So we're traveling with these guys, trekking up through the country, and they're just unflinching. Like, really solid, tough guys. No sob stories about kids or family left behind. No complaining about sleeping on the ground. They just got on with it.
Better than us, mostly, until this one night.
Right. One night, we're holed up in this abandoned motorway surface.
It was raining.
Yeah, so it's raining outside, really pissing it down, and we're all camping out in this bookstore with the shutters down.
Well, it was pretty nice.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. We got a fire going.
Old copies of Heat magazine.
Boom.
Thanks.
We had a pretty nice setup.
Until
we hear this sort of groaning, choking noise behind us.
And I immediately grabbed my bat.
He's been carrying the same cricket bat since day one.
Good old WG. Anyway, I think there must be some back room or something we haven't checked.
Right, so he whips round with his bat raised, ready to just, go to town on whatever comes out of the back room.
I am such a boss.
You're my hero.
I try.
So there he is, in full action mode, when Sean comes stumbling out of the back room, throwing his cuts up, his eyes streaming with tears.
Just puking like you have never seen.
And none of us know what to do. Like this rock-hard guy, down on his knees like a little kid, throwing up and crying all down the front of his shirt.
Really gross.
And I stick my head round the corner to the back room. I look round the door, and there's just this huge scattered pile of marshmallow packets.
Dozens of the things.
And sure enough, when we go to help him, he's just vomiting up all these little chunks of bright pink and white.
And he looks up at us and he says, I used to love these things.
And Jack, he just rests on his back, cool as a cucumber, and says,
Not anymore.
Amazing.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Collected a toolbox and a mobile phone.
And welcome back. The point of that story, the reason we bring it up, is we want to talk to you about food safety.
Yeah. Now, it's hard, we know, when you're on the road and you've not eaten properly in days, not to just wolf down anything half decent that comes your way.
But you really have to be careful. Survival? Survival's not just about staying alive, it's about staying healthy, staying well.
Well, because let's face it, all other things aside, it's really hard to run away from zombs when you're gushing out of both ends.
Oh, yuck, that is disgusting.
That is true.
Yeah, but a bit more decorum next time, perhaps?
Oh, decorum, all right.
Anyway, what we're trying to say is think about what you're putting in your body. Check expiry dates. Mm-hmm. We know there's not much out there that's still fresh, but you really don't want to be eating tinned meat that's 6 months old.
Well, I don't know. Does that stuff ever go off? Was it even ever fresh to begin with?
There's plenty of stuff you can forage or catch if you're in a rural area.
Oh, in fact, we're planning on putting together a forager's cookbook broadcast soon.
But if you're stuck for options, at least try to use your common sense. Fresh-caught pigeon might get pretty dull after a while, but it's better than being laid up with food poisoning when your camp's being overrun.
The same goes for water. Be sensible, make sure to sanitize it as best you can. Waterborne illnesses could be crippling back when we had proper medical provision, but nowadays...
Well, let's just say being caught off guard by a pack of zombs isn't the only way to go.
Exactly. Now, finally, beyond being safe, where at all possible, you really need to be balancing your diet. Now, get as much green in you as you can, safely.
Yeah, try to remember you need to take in carbs, proteins, vitamins, minerals, water, and fats.
Yeah, we're not asking you to count up your RDA or anything. Just keep it in mind.
A healthy body is your best asset. Remember that.
All right. Enough of us blathering on. Have a listen to this instead. Stay safe.
Collected a baseball bat.
And that song was for our gracious host, Janine, one of the best electricians I've ever had the good fortune of being electrocuted by.
Oh yeah, that looked super painful.
It was. As she pointed out, mostly my own fault. Apparently, touch it and see it is not an approved method for checking if something is alive.
Sometimes I'm amazed you're still walking around.
What can I say? I'm a lucky man.
If by lucky you mean utterly stupid, then I agree.
You're a real charmer.
Indeed I am. Anyway, Janine, thanks for saving him from his own stupidity. Here's another one we know you'll like. Hope you're listening.
Collected a pack of bandages.
Ready?
Yep, go.
Okay, and we're back.
Welcome back, listeners. I think we're up to about half a dozen of you now.
Which is exciting.
Very exciting. Anyway, as you might not know, we started broadcasting here because we wanted to find a way for us to help everyone out.
To provide a service.
Exactly, to provide a service without having to, well, leave this chair.
Which is difficult.
Which is difficult, exactly. So we wanted to help everyone out, which is why we're always trying to give you up-to-date information about what's going on out there and so on.
As well as spinging some banging tunes.
Oh, car crash. Just don't. So anyway, in that spirit, we're starting a little community notice board section. About once a week, we'll be reading out various ads that people from Able have sent us.
Or from elsewhere.
Yeah, we'll be reading out your ads and notices, trying to help you all find what you need, set up a little ad hoc trading system where we can.
I like to think of it as Z-Bay.
Oh, that is terrible.
You see what I did there? It's because it's zombies. Z-Bay.
Oh, just play some music.
Humbug.
Collected a sports bra. Collected a bottle of pain meds.
Right, we're back, and we've got the first of our notices for you. Jack?
This one comes courtesy of Dr. Maxine Myers here at Able. The good doctor would like it to be known that she's been sitting on a year's supply of clean socks she acquired during the crisis. She'd like it to be known that she'll be offering these rare and wonderful things as a reward for anyone who's willing to help out down at the hospital tent.
She's given us a little price list here, and we'll just run through that quickly, so listen up.
Okay, so basic grunt work, that's lifting, carrying and cleaning. 1 pair for every 4 hours worked. Maintaining the hospital, 1 pair every 3 hours. And if you have any kind of first aid training at all, Dr. Myers is offering 1 pair for every hour of help you give her. She's especially keen for any volunteers who can clean and suture wounds and these are her own words, not mine, more competently than a 3-year-old.
Wow, you just can't get the staff these days, huh?
Guess not.
Anyway, those are all pretty good deals, I think. So if you can help Doc Myers out, get yourself down to the hospital tent and rediscover the joy of clean, dry feet.
Who knows, you might even save someone's life.
That, too. Here's some music. Fantastic song. Who was that, Jack?
I have to check the screen.
Never mind. We've got another notice to read out.
Yes we do. This one, who's this one from?
Alice and Amber.
Oh, they're helping look after the kids here at Able.
Yeah, they're like me to forward this urgent plea. If anyone out there has a copy of Harry Potter books 3 to 7, we will pay any price for them. We started reading the series to the kids and have now finished book 2. They will not let us hear the end of it. Please help us.
Wow, I've heard actual distress calls that were less emotive.
But those books are pretty addictive, and we certainly could do with a little help from Dumbledore right
Amen
now.
to that, yeah. We'll be back in a mo with details on how to contact us.
Collected a pack of bandages.
Okay, well that was pretty good for our first Z-Bay, right?
Please stop calling it that.
No. Now, if you'd like us to read your request out to our listeners...
Literally billions of listeners.
Yeah, then all you've got to do is come over here to Abel and speak to us.
He's kidding. We've got a couple of methods set up just now. Firstly, if you know anyone fast enough or crazy enough, you can send a good old-fashioned letter through the Runner Network. Just address it to Eugene and Jack, Abel Township.
Although we can't guarantee we'll still be alive by the time it gets here.
Yeah. For runners, it does take them an awfully long time to make it here, doesn't it?
Another way you can get in touch with us is with your good old ham radio. Now, we'll be tuned in on 5,250 kilohertz every day from noon for 2 hours. So just jump into the channel and let us know what you need.
And finally, if you're one of the tech elite currently ensuring that even the apocalypse can't stop the signal, you can email us. You'll find our address on Narwhal Station's bulletin board.
Yeah, and we are connected to Narwhal.
And if you're out there right now wondering what the hell we're on about, we'll be filling you in on the network resurrection sometime soon, so don't worry.
But for now, we're going to sign off and go hunting for Harry Potter books.
Can't leave those kids hanging.
Stay safe out there, and we'll be back at you soon.
Collected a box of 9mm bullets.
Right, welcome back to Radio Able.
I thought we were going to be WNYZ.
I wonder why I keep you around sometimes.
Isn't it obvious?
Anyway, last night after we got off air, we spent a little while chatting with our friends over at Narwhal Station.
Which we'll be explaining in just a second.
Yeah, we've been coordinating with those guys for a couple of days, working on a big new service we'll be rolling out later in the show.
And hello to Alex, Liv and Richard.
Yeah, hello guys. Thanks for listening and for all your hard work over there. As I was saying, we were all chatting last night, and Alex wanted me to clarify something.
Yeah, you got us in trouble, didn't you?
No, not at all. It's just that Alex took a little exception to my use of the term network resurrection last night.
Yeah, I did wonder at the use of the R word.
Anyway, he corrected me, and apparently the preferred nomenclature is network recovery effort, so now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Exactly. Right. Jack's gonna serenade you for a second, and then we'll be back to explain how we're helping out with said network recovery effort. Enjoy.
Collected a power cable.
And we're back.
Welcome back, everybody. So today we're talking about a bunch of super talented guys and gals who are out there working on the network recovery effort. Care to explain, Eugene?
Absolutely. So, in very basic terms, what the recovery effort's all about is trying to restore people's ability to communicate and access information over long distances.
The internet.
Exactly.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong here, Gene, but doesn't the internet need phone lines and routing stations and stuff that was all wrecked during the outbreak?
You're dead right, Jack, and that's what the recovery effort's focusing on, relatively low-tech solutions. It's really all about getting everyone connected together using stuff you can probably scavenge within a mile of your bunk. They're calling this the Radio-Operated Freeform Link Layer Emergency Network.
The, RuffleNet. Well, that's geeky.
It's an affectionate homage. Get back on track.
Right, sorry. That sounds fantastic, Eugene. Do you mean I'm going to be able to get back on YouTube soon? I do miss my cat videos.
Alas, no, because the recovery effort's aim is to get everyone connected. The technology they're advocating is very simple and therefore much slower than the internet we got used to before the outbreak. But you will be able to send and receive emails, as well as browsing important text-based sites like Wikipedia and the Survivor's Bible.
That does sound useful, but how do I get connected?
Well, Eugene, we'll be hosting a regular series on Radio Able.
WNYZ?
We'll be hosting a regular series on our alternate frequency, 5,250 kilohertz, every day at this time. We'll be taking you from building your first cantenna right through to chatting with Narwhal Station.
Gee, that sounds fantastic. I can't wait to get started.
Well, Jack, you won't have to wait long. We'll be broadcasting the first part of our instructional series this time tomorrow.
Boy, oh boy, mister.
Too far. That's just got a bit creepy.
I'm sorry.
Stop music now. Don't look at me.
We'll be back later. Stay safe, guys.
Collected a book.
Here's an interesting thought for you guys. What would happen if a zombie bit another zombie?
That's not interesting. It's moronic.
Gee, thanks. Just trying to provoke a bit of debate there.
Stick to what you're good at. How about a song?
Fine. Hope you enjoy this one, listeners. Yeah, I couldn't sit down for days.
That's your pro tip for today then, listeners. Check for nettles before you make camp. Hydrocortisone's hard to come by these days.
And dock leaves. Now that is just an old wives' tale.
Plus they leave gross green stains everywhere.
Yeah, that too.
You never did throw away that sleeping bag.
Alright, TMI. Did I ever tell you about that time I saw a nettle eating contest?
Nope.
Oh yeah, this was a couple of years, I guess maybe 4 before the outbreak, at this pub in Dorset. Yeah.
Right, what happened?
Well, everyone in the pub sort of, well, a bunch of people, they just see who they can eat most nettles in an hour.
Right.
And it hurts their mouths and hands.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of it. I'll just play a song then.
That's probably for the best.
Collected a shirt.
Alright, what were we supposed to be talking about?
Don't look at me. I just live here.
Tips? Yeah, tips.
No, we did that already.
Oh. Rufflenet?
Nope, done it.
Well, we haven't finished the instructions.
We do that on the other frequency.
What about news and updates from the outside world? Zombie sightings, new safe zones, all that good stuff.
Nothing today.
Wow.
Yep.
Has it finally happened?
I think so.
Listeners, I'm sorry to tell you this. This is devastating news, but I think we've finally run out of stuff to blather on about.
The well has finally run dry.
Just give us a few minutes to think, guys. Listen to this.
Collected a tin of food. Collected an axe.
It's us again.
Aren't you glad to hear that, listeners? Any thoughts in the break, Jack?
You know what? Yes, I did have some thoughts in the break, Eugene.
Any useful thoughts in the break, Jack?
No.
You're lucky I'm here then.
Oh, you've got something?
I do. Listeners, you won't know this, but we've been... How would you describe this stuff, Jack?
Hoarding?
Collecting, right. We've been collecting various bits of equipment since we arrived here at Able.
Most of it junk that I keep telling you to throw out.
Oh, hush. It could be useful. Most of what we collect gets used to keep Able's electrics and other systems up and running, but we do get to keep some of it for ourselves.
Joy.
Now, in amongst all this stuff, we've got almost everything we need to really up our game here. We've got a mini disc deck, a sound desk, a fairly decent compressor.
Not bad.
Not bad, right? But also not functional. Unfortunately, while we've got all the big flashy bits... Oh, grow up. While we've got all the big flashy bits, we're missing all the small essential things like cable, connectors, discs, and tapes and so on.
Which makes all this stuff, as I often point out, about as useful as a chocolate chainsaw.
Well, it does for now. But maybe we can get some help from our listeners on that front.
Oh, Z-Bay?
If you must. Yes, listeners, we'd like to put out an advert of our own. If any of you out there have any spare cables, jacks, or any of the other stuff I mentioned just now, we'd be extremely grateful if it could find its way to us.
See, that way we can pimp out our systems and bring you all more innovative, entertaining, and informative programming.
What he said. We've got a few ideas up our sleeves, and there are some folk here at Able who are keen to help us with them. But we can't get any of it done without those parts.
So, listeners, if you will, spare a thought for us when you're next scavenging in the ruins of an electrical store. In return, we'll keep you informed and keep you entertained.
Amen.
Starting with this song. Stay safe out there, guys.
Stay safe.
Collected a power cable.
All right, that was interesting.
You being sarcastic?
Not that much.
Well, why don't you choose the next one?
All right.
No, you've got to click it. No, look,
What?
look, just
Like this?
For God's sake, just let me.
Play that one.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Fine, but if we get complaints, I'm blaming you. Listeners, this is all his fault.
Collected a USB key.
Oh man, that is the stuff there.
Actually, really great. Yeah.
Did you hear that bit in the middle?
Oh, that sort of they did the crescendo bit.
Yeah, that like.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
We'll chalk that one up to cabin fever, I think.
Yeah, we should probably leave at some point today.
All right, you guys listen to this while he helps me get outside.
Yeah, we're going to remind ourselves what the sun looks like.
Collected a pair of trousers and a tin of food.
Listeners, dear listeners, welcome back to Radio Able on this momentous day.
Yes, welcome back. Now, as we told you last time we spoke, we've recently received the final piece of equipment we need to upgrade our capabilities around here.
That's right, we're now able, get it?
Wasn't even funny the first time, let alone the last 20.
Oh, don't give me that, I can see you in the...
Shush! All right. Listeners, we've recently acquired several new capabilities. We can record,
both in the studio and in the field.
Edit and play back recordings from a variety of media.
Cassette, CD, minidisc, DAT, thumb drive, vinyl.
And most importantly, schedule recordings to play in advance.
See, now that one is the cleverest. I love that one. It means we get to sleep properly. In a bed.
And to show off that last capability, we're going to take a break and leave you with some scheduled programming we've made around Able.
Radio Able's growing up, listeners. Take a look around you so you'll be able to tell your grandkids where you were. Now, here's a song, and then Robot Radio Able will be back with you. We'll catch you soon.
Stay safe, listeners.
You're listening to Radio Able, and this is the first in our new series, Expert Advice, where we bring you top survival tips from our experts here at Able. Today, we've got our good friend Janine talking about home safety. Stay safe, listeners.
Hello, Radio Able audience. I'm recording these messages to inform you more properly about home safety, should you be lucky enough to be in possession of a home. Before we continue, I would like to thank my gracious hosts, Jack and Eugene. I find their broadcasts both uplifting and entertaining whenever I find the time to listen to them. When talking about home safety, I like to begin by discussing what should be our priorities in establishing a place to live and in improving that place. The first of these priorities will be the topic of today's message, security. Yes, Mr. Holt.
Don't forget to take breaks for music.
Yes. Thank you, Jack. I'm going to take a short pause here so that Jack can play you some music. After that, we'll begin by discussing security. Stay safe, listeners.
Collected a pair of trousers.
Welcome back, listeners. Now, I'm going to talk about security. Security should be your first priority when choosing or improving a home. If zombies can come and go as they choose, murdering you and your fellows, every other consideration is irrelevant. So what should we look for when considering the security of a potential home? Firstly, consider the structure of the building. Are the walls thick? Is it well built? Is it free of existing damage? If those answers are all yes, then we may be onto something. Secondly, look at the layout of the building. We're looking for a place with few entrances, few ground floor windows, and lots of defensible vantage points. If it looks like you could hold it for a day and a night of constant attack, it's probably safe enough. Thirdly, look at the location of the building. Is it isolated? Does it have a clear view of all approaches? Are those routes of approach more difficult than other nearby thoroughfares? Again, if you can answer yes to all three of these questions, then you have found yourself a useful starting location. After this music break, we'll talk about improvements. Stay safe out there.
Collected a tin of food and a mobile phone.
Now, what about improvements? I'm going to give you my top 5 wish list for security improvements to your home. Number 1, reinforced windows. It's not enough to just nail wood over your ground floor windows. I want to see well-anchored metal bars, reinforced meshes, or the use of concrete to fill in your window frames. Number 2, reinforced doors. Zombies don't give up, so your doors can't either. If you get the chance, install some metal plating into your doors at the very least. Solid bars for reinforcement are preferable. Remember, you want something that braces at both sides of the frame, and you want your bracing to run across 3 or 4 points of your door, not just the middle. Number 3, cameras. If you're lucky enough to have electricity and you're handy with the equipment, CCTV is a godsend. Our cameras and scanners here at Able have saved our lives more times than I can count. Remember, you're not looking for high definition, just broad coverage. Use anything that'll send a picture. Number 4, airlocks. Now, this is an advanced improvement, but if you can create a secure, separate buffer zone between your entrance and the inside of your home, you'll increase your security tenfold. This way, you can make sure a small breach doesn't turn into a full-scale catastrophe. Also, it'll allow you to keep everyone's muddy boots out of your clean hallway. Number 5, sustainability. If you're happy that you've created a safe and stable home for you and your fellows, the next step is to ensure you can stay there for as long as possible. After all, if you're inside, you're safe. We'll cover this in a later recording in more detail, but you should definitely be considering your ability to grow your own food and source your own water. Remember, the ideal home is one you never need to leave. Okay, that's it for today. Stay safe.
Collected a pack of batteries. Collected a pack of bandages.
Alright, and we're back with all requests. What day of the week is it?
God, I have no idea. Thursday? It feels like a Thursday.
Really? I'd have said more of a Saturday.
No, Saturday's more exciting.
You're right. Okay, let's try that.
Sure.
And welcome back to All Request Thursday. Playing your requests.
If we can find them.
Playing your requests and dedications all day.
Or until we get bored.
Up next, we have a bit of something special for Stephanie Miller, our resident music expert. Apparently, it's one of her favourites.
Rock on, Stephanie!
Indeed.
Collected a pack of bandages.
Well, welcome back, listeners. Oi, this is Eugene.
And this is Jack. Hello, everyone. Do you like my banging tunes? Yeah.
Jack! Jack, my leg hurts again.
Quit your whining, you stupid Canadian. Oh, I'm in charge around here.
Don't sound like that.
I'm in charge around here, mister. You rely on me for everything.
Okay, we're going to put on another track.
That's ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. That's the worst idea you've ever had. Worst. Sorry about that. I was a bit indulgent.
Okay.
Let's let's yeah. You got a song lined up?
Yep.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
It's by a Canadian. Another one.
Yes. Well, we're not sure that that's absolutely true. Anyways,
I'm not going to use that one.
Yes. Jack's gonna put on a song, and yes, we're gonna go get some air or something. Stay safe.
Stay safe, listeners.
Collected a pack of batteries.
That is total crap.
And we're back, listeners. Hope you enjoyed that.
Hello, listeners. I was just telling Eugene how utterly idiotic he is.
Just because you disagree doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Of course it does. There is absolutely no way on earth Runner 4 is faster than Runner 5.
I'm telling you, Jodie can really move. You should have seen her the other day on that decoy
I don't
run.
care if she's Usain bleeding Bolt. Any time, any place, my money's on Runner 5.
You know, I bet we could just ask them to race.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the Major would love that.
No, I'm serious. Just okay, listeners, we're gonna play you another song while we put our heads together. Hello, listeners. We're about ready to kick off with a new feature. You want to fill them in, Jack?
Sure thing. Okay, guys, so as you know, we've recently gained the ability to go and record outside our little studio. So we thought it'd be fun to get out into Able and talk to the good folk we live with and get their opinions on all sorts of interesting questions.
That's right. So here we go. For the next amount of time, you're listening to Radio Able's Able Minds.
Enjoy. Welcome to Able Minds, the segment in which we ask various residents of Able Township a few questions about their experiences of life post-civilization. We've edited these together by theme and we'll play them with little bits of music in between. We hope you enjoy them.
What am I thankful for? To be able to help. Say what you like about Able, but we look after our people. We might not always have the supplies we need, and the hospital's still not in great shape, but no one suffers here unduly. Being able to say that is a blessing.
Marmite. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. Really, Marmite. God, it's tasty.
I'm surprised you even need to ask. Molly, of course. My daughter. I never thought we'd find a place where she could grow up. Normally. I mean, obviously it's not totally normal, but there's a school and some other children and we're safe. My daughter gets to have a childhood here.
Oh, I don't know. It's kind of cheesy, but I'm really thankful for everyone else here. We all look after each other.
Seriously? Janine? She's kind of spiky at first, but wow. You know, the way she talks about the future, she's so focused on improving and rebuilding. Other people talk about it like a fairy tale, but for her, it's real.
The walls of that farmhouse, no doubt.
Only other places I've seen that safe are military bases. Yep, those things will outlast the lot of us. You mark my words.
It's like, for the first time since the outbreak, I feel like I'm part of a community again. This place, it feels like home. That's what I'm thankful for.
Collected a box of light bulbs.
We're back with Able Minds, asking people here at Able, what's your weapon?
Oh, it sounds nerdy. No, really. Well, I don't get much use from it anymore, but I used to carry my bow with me everywhere. Really? A bow? It was super hard to find arrows, but I tell you, if you know how to use it, there's nothing like the silent efficiency of a well-strung bow.
Well, at the moment, my weapon is my voice. God, that's so smooth. My voice is my weapon. You know what I mean. Before, though, I used to have this axe. Yeah, it broke a little while ago. I still miss it.
Give me a loaded pistol any day of the week. Of course, it's better if you don't have to use it, but everything doesn't always go to plan now, does it?
What would I need with a weapon, Mr. Holden? I have all of you fine people to protect me. But, well, in a pinch, I dare say I can swing a crowbar as well as the next woman.
And of course you all know mine. Good old WG. Never was a bat more true.
Collected a bottle of water and a pair of shorts.
Next on Able Minds, we ask everybody about their hopes for the future.
The future? I hope that, whatever form civilization takes, it doesn't forget the lessons we've learned. If there's any good to be taken from this dark, terrible period, I hope they can find it. I hope our suffering isn't in vain.
I'd like to take Molly back to London, if I can. Once it's safe, once it's a city again. I'd like her to see it. To walk across Waterloo Bridge. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I hope to get back to America. It'll be nice to get home one last time.
I want to spend an entire weekend knitting. Just sitting in front of a fire with the radio on knitting. But only if you guys are still in the air, of course.
A real pipe dream? Well, we all have people we'd do anything to see again, don't we? Well, that must be everyone's secret hope. In this life or the next, to see our loved ones again, but... well, I just hope I can make it home at least.
Collected a bottle of water.
Pretty good, pretty good. Not bad, not bad. So, Jean, you were just telling us all about how you ended up in England before the outbreak.
Yeah, so as I said, I've been commissioned to write a piece about the rise of pop-up restaurants in London. Sorry. Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit.
Take a breath now. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm fine. So my editor sent me over here for this piece. Wanted me to write up for the weekend magazine. I was only supposed to be staying for a week, but what? Sorry.
Hey. It's okay, love. Come on, get it out.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, God.
It's all right. Shh. Don't worry about it. Come on. Connor, let's get to the doctor. Come on.
No, you stay on here. Stay on.
But that's what the recordings are for. Come on. No arguments. Just let me... Come on. Just... There.
Collected a pack of underwear.
Hello, Able Radio listeners. In our last discussion, we covered what factors you should take into consideration when choosing a place to live, and what improvements can usefully be made in order to make that place more secure. Today, I'd like to talk about an important aim for any post-civilization dwelling: full self-sufficiency. Once you have established for yourselves a safe and secure place to live, your next priority should be to work towards making your home self-sufficient. This means that you should be able to produce, without needing to leave your home, the following resources: water, food, and fuel. You should aim to complete these 3 improvements in the order I have just listed. Accomplishing these are long-term goals, but they will, once successfully implemented, vastly improve your quality of life and the long-term survivability of your group. I'm going to break away for a moment to give Jack and Eugene a chance to play you something, and then we'll begin by discussing water supplies. Excellent. Now, there are 3 different water sources that we'll be discussing today: precipitation, groundwater, and surface water. For all 3 sources, we'll also need to treat our water to ensure that it doesn't contain any pathogens which may lead to us becoming ill. Before the outbreak, our water was treated well before it ever arrived in our homes or places of work. But now, along with the loss of adequate phone lines and cable television, we must learn to cope with the loss of our water treatment network. Luckily, there is a very simple method for treating water ourselves. The first step, which we will cover in a moment, is to locate a source of water. The second step is to filter our water if it is cloudy or contains any amount of mud, dirt, or other residue. To do so, pour the water into a new, clean container through a filter made from a clean cotton t-shirt, or, if you are lucky enough to possess any, a coffee filter. Once the water is filtered, step 3 is to bring the water to a rolling boil for 1 minute before allowing it to cool for storage. If you're unable to boil water in your location, don't panic. There is another method which, though slower, is almost as safe as boiling. For this method, you will require clear plastic bottles such as those used to store fizzy drinks. Pour your water into these bottles, seal them, and then place them in direct sunlight for 6 hours. There you have it. Clean, safe drinking water. Just remember the 3 steps. Find it, filter it, boil it. We'll be right back. Stay safe out there, listeners.
Okay, alright. Sorry about that, everyone. Eugene just had, a little digestive emergency that required some medical attention. He's fine. Well, I'm sure he's fine. He's in the hospital, so... I'm sure he's fine. I mean, he wouldn't let me stay to make sure, so I don't know, but... Well, yeah, I'm sure he's fine. Totally. Anyway, hope you enjoyed that little sojourn with our dear friend Janine. We hadn't intended on playing that to you for a little while, so... Well, needs must, I suppose. So, while Eugene's away, I guess I'll be flying solo. I'll be listening, he said. If I hear any dead air, so help me. Well, you know what he's like. Committed to your entertainment. You know, I never thought of him as a show must go on sort of guy, but, well, you live and you learn, don't you? So, rest assured, my man, I'm keeping the fire burning in your absence. Feel better soon, Eugene. This one's for you. Okay, and we're back. Well, I'm back. Hello. If you're just tuning in, I'm kind of on my own right now. Eugene's been taken ill, so it's just me while he recovers. If he recovers. Until he recovers. He'll be fine. So, until that happy day when we're reunited, I'm afraid you're stuck with me, dear listeners. Lucky you. Yeah, this place seems massive with just me in it, you know? For someone missing an entire limb, Eugene takes up a lot of space. You're not exactly Kate Moss yourself, Jack. First sign of madness, eh? Well, I suppose I'm not exactly talking to myself, am I? And I guess can't be much fun listening to me moping on about it. Right then, here's one. Why don't zombies eat snowmen? Why don't zombies eat snowmen? Why don't zombies eat snowmen? Why? Because they'll get brain freeze. Pew, pew, pew. That's how you tell them. Classic. All right, listeners, you go recover from that humour assault with some music, and I'll be back with you after. Stay safe out there. Welcome back, listeners. Zombies, eh? What's all that about? Anyway, brains. Brains. What is it with zombies and brains? They're crazy for them. It's like, I'm human, I like a nice, balanced diet, I've got my veggies, got my red meat, white meat, my fruit, my grains, my little seed things, chocolate, fish, bread. There's a whole world of food I'm interested in. Then I get bitten one time and bam! Brains. That's all I want. Brains, brains, brains. I tell you, if I were them, I'd be looking for something a little less high maintenance. Brains. Why brains, eh? It's not like you can even fry 'em up with some fava beans and a nice Chianti anymore. Brains, man. Zombies and brains. The only thing I know that loves anything more than zombies love brains is my mother. Reminding me how disappointed she is that she won't have any grandchildren. That one's a bit close to the truth, actually. Just kidding. I've got a great relationship with my mother. Only thing is, she's always biting my head off. Or trying to. It's just not the same without a live studio audience, is it? It's much harder on your own, you know. Tell you what, here's some music. I'm going to try and remember some old Tim Vine jokes.
Collected a USB key.
Hello again, listeners. You know, I've just thought, I don't actually know whether or not you're out there. For all I know, I could just be speaking into the void. Man, that's a lonely thought. I guess we should have some more interaction on the show, really. We had Z-Bay, but that sort of died a death after that first round of requests. Never did find those Harry Potter books. Took ages for requests to come in via courier. It's not like we ever get anyone on the radio except the old QSL. Oh, that's the QSL. That's the radio operator's equivalent of a Facebook poke. Not that you know what one sounds like. Should play one to you sometime. It'd be more interesting than me, anyway. Actually, we probably can record anything incoming now. This is sort of giving me an idea. Eugene, I hope you're listening, and I hope you forgive me for shooting from the hip, but here goes. Let's get a proper call-in thing going. Listeners, let's be friends. Sure, we might be separated by miles of wasteland and by hordes of ravenous undead, but why should that stop us talking? So, you out there, wherever you are, get on your radio, drop us a line, and let's connect. Tell us your stories, ask us questions. Hell, even give us your best recipe for nettle and lima bean soup. It's been a while now, and we need to stop hiding and living in fear and worrying about who's going to steal our tin tomato. Let's start the change here, listeners. Let's start being a community again. Got a bit carried away there, didn't I? You'll have to forgive me, listeners. It's been an emotional day. I'm a bit all over the place. Hey, Eugene, feel better soon. Get back to me soon, because I'm obviously a mess without you. Here's the song, guys.
Collected a power cable and a bottle of water.
And so, as you've heard, with very little effort, it is possible for even the smallest habitation to secure for itself a stable, sustainable supply of clean water for years to come. So long as you keep in mind my 10 water safety commandments, you'll be like our good friend, the phreatic aquifer, unconfined and always ready to supply water. But seriously, I hope you found this segment both instructive and entertaining. I'll be returning soon to discuss sustainable food supplies. Stay safe out there, listeners.
Collected a box of 9mm bullets.
didn't mean to stay on the air at all costs, literally. Dummy. Well, listeners, I'm back. I hope you weren't as worried as Jack obviously was. Just a little food poisoning. Someone in the kitchen was a little fast and loose with some spam, and my guts paid the price. But hey, worse things happen every day, right? And it was nice to get a little time away, being pampered by the wonderful Maxine Myers. I tell you, for a patchy tent, the hospital's pretty comfy. Or at least it is when you're not emptying your stomach into a bucket. Thank God for all the runners here who have made sure the hospital's well stocked with antiemetics. I owe you all a big thanks. So, thanks, runners. Thrunners. Right. I'm going to put Sleeping Beauty to bed here. So, here's a little something to tide you over till I get back.
And we're back! Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Eugene. Eugene and Jack, back together. Hooray!
Go to bed, Jack.
I'm fine.
You're barely holding your head up. Go to bed.
You're barely holding your head up.
Go to bed, Jack.
Your face is barely holding its head up.
Jack?
What?
You've been broadcasting for 2 days straight. You need to go to sleep.
You're back! And that means we can get back to work properly. I'm not going to bed until you do.
I was gone for 48 hours. It's not like I was in another country.
Yeah. I missed you.
Oh, God, you are a sap, aren't you?
That's a derogatory term. I'll have you know the preferred nomenclature is emotionally open individual.
Yeah. Bed now. Yeah, I'm coming. Listeners, Mr. Holen is in severe need of rest, so I'm going to make sure he gets it. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Stay safe out there, listeners.
Stay safe out there, guys.
Collected a box of light bulbs.
All right. Good morning, listeners.
Good morning, everyone. Is it morning? Afternoon?
We'll stick with morning. How are you feeling, Jack? Rested?
Just about. Certainly feeling less crazy.
Well, 18 hours sleep will do that for you.
Yeah. How about you? All better?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be eating spam anytime soon, though, if I can help it.
That's probably a good idea.
The way you were behaving, though, you thought you were the one that had been poisoned.
Hey, now, I was stricken with grief.
Of course. You must have been so scared.
Well, you know me. Did I really do zombie-themed stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It was pretty atrocious.
All right, Jimmy Carr. At least I didn't vomit live on the radio.
Oh, you could have fooled me.
Oh, ouch. Snap.
Zazing.
I think I'll need a trip to the hospital now.
For third-degree burns?
You got it. So glad you're back.
Well, it's certainly good to be back. Are you going to stare at me all day, or are you going to play a song?
Oh, right. Listeners, this one's for all of you who had to endure my terrible comedy yesterday. Okay, let's see what we got here. Old notice. Old notice. Old ZBay request. Letter from the Major. Letter from Janine. Letter from Sam. Wow, we should probably get round to doing this a little more often.
Yeah, this does not reflect well upon our clerical skills.
No, not good. Oh, here's one. Anyone who was at dinner last night should report to the hospital immediately, as some spoiled meat may have been served. Well, that's good to know. Yes, certainly valuable information. I'm so sorry. Well, I've been blaming you as a joke before, but now the truth is out. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm sure that's not going to be good enough. You know how these things get buried in it? Oh, God, I am so sorry. Oh, come on, stop it. Don't be such a martyr. Martyr? You know, I don't care. It's my fault as much as yours. The shame, the guilt. Oh, woe is me. I must repent my sins. This song, listeners, this song is my penance. I beg you to accept it graciously. You are such an idiot. What's that? I can't hear you over the sounds of me being a martyr. Play the song, you doofus. Wow, you remembered. Yeah. Do you like it? I didn't think you'd remember. Hey, you should give me more credit. Huh. Yeah, I should. So you liked it? Of course. God, it seems a long time ago. Now, the thing to which Eugene is alluding, dear listeners, is that the song we just heard was the song playing when we first met. Should we tell the story, Gene? Oh, I don't know. Isn't it best to keep the mystery alive? I'm sure our listeners have lots of wild theories. Come on, it's a good one. Yeah, okay. Well, let's have a song first. Give me a second to remember. Like you'll ever forget. We'll be right back, listeners. Oh. Well, what? The song's finished. Oh, damn. Right, hello, listeners. Sorry about that. We got a bit... caught up in reminiscing. Yeah, should we share the story? If we must. You want to start? Wasn't it better from you? No. All right, then. Well, then, listeners, cast your mind back to the very beginning of the outbreak. Imagine, if you will, a field in Hampshire, a rave, a proper, old-school party of, well, questionable legality. I'd been there for a couple of days and had heard literally nothing of the news for 2 days. Though we didn't know it, we'd been partying our way through the beginning of the apocalypse. I should interject here, listeners. He's making it sound a hell of a lot more important than it actually was. Hey, you'll get your turn. I'm just saying it was a couple of hundred people off their faces in a muddy field. Hardly the last days of Rome, my friend. Oh, shush. So, Towards the end of my second day there, I was feeling a little bit, shall we say, tired. So I wandered off for a lie down in the woods.
A 13-hour lie down, as it happened.
I was very tired.
Sure, and during your little disco nap, the rest of the partiers fell prey to some wandering zombies.
A fact to which I was blissfully ignorant until...
All right, this is where I come in. Let's take a dramatic pause for some music.
Collected a book and a sports bra.
So, we left our hero lying in the middle of the woods, not 500 yards from a newly turned pack of rave kiddies with a sudden craving for human flesh. Enter Eugene, stage right.
I, unlike Jack, was thoroughly aware of the rapidly spreading plague and was doing my best to avoid it. My plan had been to get away to a friend's farm near Nottingham, but my plan had turned to mud the minute my car broke down.
Luckily, as it turned out...
I'm getting there. Now, it'd only been 2 days, but I already knew enough to know that staying with my vehicle and awaiting rescue wasn't an option. So I grabbed as much of my stuff as I could carry, and I just got off the road.
Cue ridiculously unrealistic turn of fate.
Where, barely a few minutes into the woods, my foot catches on something stinky lying in my path.
Hello?
And I go down like a sack of potatoes right on top of it.
You're not kidding about that. And enough of the stinky.
And now, from the way this thing looks and smells, I assume it's dead. So when it opens its eyes and starts flailing at me, I panic.
Hey, you'd be flailing too if some random dolt fell on top of you while you were napping.
Right, so I'm assuming he's a zom. I reach for my weapon.
At which point I managed to sit up and ask,
"Is the party over?"
Some understatement, eh?
At which point I begin to realize what's happened. So we teamed up and headed off to escape the zoms.
No. Hang on. That's not how it happened. You've missed the best bit.
I don't think I've missed any.
I wake up and I'm staring at this dishevelled, panic-looking guy holding a length of steel pipe and glaring at me like he's expecting me to attack him.
Which I was.
Right. And the rave sound system still blaring out music, that song we just played you, and then he looks behind me, back into the woods, and seems to come to a decision, and he reaches out his hand, just as the song hits this big crescendo, and he said... Go on, Gene.
Come with me if you want to live. I didn't realize what I was saying.
Sure you didn't. You cheesy douche.
Seriously.
Oh, whatever. So, I'm still completely oblivious to what's going on, but... Well, how can you refuse an offer like that?
Quite.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
History that you can't resist recounting to everyone we meet.
It's a good story.
Yeah, all right. Listeners, so now you know, and now here's a song.
Stay safe out there, listeners.
Stay safe.
Collected a bottle of water, a mobile phone, and a pack of batteries.
Matthew.
No.
Martin?
Nope.
Michael.
You've said that, and no.
Okay.
It's...
No. Don't tell me. I want to guess.
For God's sake.
Martin.
No.
Collected a tin of food.
Tyrone?
Tyrone. Seriously, you think my middle name is Tyrone?
I think it's a nice name.
It's not Tyrone.
Fine. Tybalt. Tybalt?
No, it's not Tybalt.
Tom? Nah, that'd be daft. Eugene Tom Woods. Ugh. Tiresias.
Yes.
Seriously? Yes, Tiresias. Oh, you're joking.
You think.
Collected a baseball bat. Collected 2 toolboxes. Collected 2 shirts.
Zach.
No.
Zephaniah.
No.
Zebedee.
No.
See, it's... Zims... Zamzoos... Zol... Zop... Zoop... Oh, God, no. I can't guess. I've gone mad. I've forgotten how to say words or what names are. Just tell me. Put me out of my misery.
It's Ben. My dad's name.
Ben? Ben? I said Ben.
You didn't.
I did the bees ages ago.
You didn't say Ben.
Oh! Why didn't you stop me?
You wanted to guess.
Oh! Just... No, not cool.
What? Are you mad?
Not cool, man. Not cool.
Listeners, welcome back.
Hello, everyone.
Now, we've got a little bit of alarming news for you.
Let's not oversell it, Big Horse.
Alarming news, listeners. If you've been tuning into Radio Able for a while, you'll probably have come to the conclusion that we are not only the best post-civilization radio show, but the only post-civilization radio show.
Ego much?
Says the man with the monogrammed underwear.
Ouch! Zing! I give up. Pray continue, dear friend.
So you may be thinking that we here at Radio Able have a total monopoly on the airwaves, the only surviving transmitter, and are the only two people handsome and talented enough to do this kind of thing on a regular basis.
This is not so. At least, certainly not in Eugene's case.
Ow!
Rude though he may be, listeners, my feckless and stinky co-host is right about one thing. We are not alone. The air around Able is, in fact, alive with other signals, teeming with other voices and music and stories. They're weird, they're wonderful, and some are downright heartbreaking. And beginning today on Able Radio, we'll be bringing you some of the best, our own homemade highlight reel. Up first, a personal favorite of mine.
I think he's creepy, to be honest.
A personal favorite of mine, the Shakespeare of fear, the Howard Hughes of alarming news, the Hunter S. Thompson of don't turn that light on. It's Father Michael!
How long did you spend writing that?
Do you like it?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Zaltzman. Weirdo.
Collected an axe and a pack of underwear.
Alarming news, children. Real alarming news for you all. As much as I hate to say it, listen to me now. Day after day, my sources are bringing me more and more evidence that this situation we're in, this stink pit of a global conundrum, this screaming foxhole, every day I become more and more convinced, as much as I don't want to believe it. Every day I see things that have me thinking, you know what? I don't think this thing was a surprise. I don't think this was a surprise at all to those people who knew about it. Those people who planned for it. Those people who prepared for it, who worked for it, who engineered it. That's right, children. That's right, who engineered it. I don't use that word lightly, because the truth is, listen, the truth is, the more I see, the more evidence I see, the more my sources tell me, the more I believe, the more I know that we are living in the aftermath of a planned, designed, engineered culling of the human race. Alarming news. I don't want to believe it, but children, I have to believe it. We, the survivors, are the mistakes. It is not those shambling horrors, it is us. We are the mistakes. We are the aberrations. We are the margin of error in their great experiment because we survived. And they did not want any survivors. Now I know what you're saying. I can hear you out there, gathered round your receivers, straining for the good word, listening for the message. You're saying, Father Michael, we love and respect you, but you've always told us to listen not to the empty declarations of proud men. You've always told us to seek the evidence ourselves. And right you are, listeners. Right you are. Fear not, I will not disappoint. I will share my evidence. Listen to me now.
Ugh, so creepy. Just, ugh. More from Father Michael after this.
In October, just 1 month before the event, just 1 month, the water supplies at all government offices were switched off. No more public water for our precious bureaucrats. Oh no. Now, just 1 month before the event, new private water supplies were introduced. Well, that's right. Barely 1 month before the outbreak, the government was supplying its party faithful, its dearest workers with antidote, ensuring the survival of the great machine through to the new age. Were you aware, O children, that fewer than 3% of government workers were killed during the outbreak? No, that tidbit is far too juicy for you to hear on the official channels. The ROFLnet won't give you that little piece of meat. No, sir. And boy, I tell you, that's just the beginning. In the 6 months leading up to the downfall, 218 tankers of petroleum oil were redirected from their commercial refineries to secret military-controlled installations around the country. Stocking up, you say? Of course, stocking up to protect such a vital resource for the future. Can't let those careless civilians get their sticky hands all over it. Oh no, most certainly not. Not when they'll soon be grey and hungry. Oh, no. And here's the big one. Here's the doozy for you. Just 2 days before the event, just 2 days, a teleconference was held between the 15 most senior members of the Emergency Action Committee on top-level secure lines across 5 different time zones at only 3 hours' notice. Is this it, listeners? I believe it is. I believe we have, in this phone call, discovered the very moment of commitment, the very point at which our fate was enacted. This was the kill switch. This was the fatal decision, the crossing of the Rubicon, the dropping of the fat man, and they call it an accident. An accident! Such a global catastrophe, such widespread fear and death and desolation. No accident, dear friends. Here's the alarming news. The outbreak was, from day one, from the beginning, orchestrated and engineered by those sworn to keep us safe. The very people elected and enshrined to protect and serve us. This world is of their making, listeners. It is theirs. And that is the message. Be wary, listeners. Be wary until I return.
Thank God that's over.
Oh, come on. It's hilarious.
It's freaking creepy. I had enough of madmen like that before all this. All that stuff about the water. If that's the case, then how does he explain the Prime Minister and half the Cabinet going grey? And how is it possible that in the country where the government can't spend an extra 20 quid on a cab fare without people being up in arms about it, they get a multi-billion-pound secret zombie initiative past the taxpayer? I mean,
Jack.
It's just...
Well, listeners, maybe you agree with Jack, but I hope you at least appreciated hearing an alternative perspective on recent events.
And hey, if you didn't, why not let us know? You can leave us a message on RuffleNet or get in touch via the radio. Let us know your opinions on this piece, ask us a question, or just tell us your story of survival post-civilization.
Please do. We'll answer your questions, air your messages, and generally keep the conversation flowing just as soon as you guys start it.
They have been rather reticent up until now, haven't they?
Yeah, well, we all can't have a motor mouth like you, darling.
Oh, man, sometimes I wish I could just erase you from my mind.
That'll be the day.
For now, I'll just have to drown you out with this.
Collected a pack of bandages, a bottle of pain meds, and a radio.
Hey, Eugene.
What?
Eugene.
What?
Eugene.
I know what you're gonna say.
Eugene.
Just say it, Jack.
Eugene.
Dear God, give me strength. What?
Eugene. Ow! Right, I'm just excited. I'm gonna ask me what I'm excited about.
No, I already know what you're excited about. That's what... The whole thing right then... That's what I was saying. Were you even listening to me?
Eugene.
Don't start.
Eugene.
Oh, God, fine. What are you excited about, Jack?
I'm so glad you asked, Eugene. I'm excited because we've recorded our first call-in from a listener.
That is exciting, Jack. So exciting, I'd have thought you'd wanted to get to it a lot quicker than that.
Oh, piffle. Right, listeners, we're going to play you guys a song, and then we're going to be back with our first ever recorded call. Excited.
Very exciting. We'll be right back, guys.
Hello? This is Maria. Jack and Eugene, I don't have much time, but I wanted to thank you for doing your radio show. It's been really, really good to hear a voice other than my own out here. It's just me and the cat, and, well, I'm low on battery, but thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thanks for the call, Maria. It's great to know you're out there, and I hope you're listening now, safe with your cat.
Absolutely. It's great to hear from you.
There's just one thing, though, Jack.
Here it comes.
Don't you think it's a bit egotistical that the first message we play is just about how awesome we are?
Okay, two things. Firstly, we are awesome, so you know. So we should be spreading the word. Secondly, that's not all Maria had to say. She actually got back in touch with this.
Hey, guys. This is Maria, and I was just wondering if you'd made any progress on that survival cookbook. I've got some pretty good recipes for shovel blade cuisine, if you will, and yeah, let me know if you're interested. Keep up the great work. You are my audio oasis. Thanks, guys.
Ah, yes, the survival cookbook. How is that coming, Eugene?
I see what's going on here. You think you've dropped me in it, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You think that I've not written a word, and that by playing this message, you're going to be embarrassing me as revenge for me beating your ass at chess the other day.
You, sir, are a scoundrel for suggesting such a thing, and a paranoid madman besides, and you cheat.
If by cheat you mean possess significantly greater skill, then yes, I cheat. If not, you are mistaken. You are also mistaken in your little revenge plot here, because I am proud to announce that I have, in fact, almost finished the cookbook.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. I just need to make sure I've got my guide to identifying poisonous mushrooms right.
Yeah, probably vital information to check, yeah.
And then it'll be ready to put up on Abel's RaffleNet server.
Ah, so it's an e-book.
No, dummy. I've got a printing press in the empty leg of my pants. Trousers, whatever you want to call them.
Well, I'm less impressed now. Anyone can self-publish.
Oh, get lost. Play some music, you loser.
All right, Heston. We'll be back with you later, listeners. Stay safe out there.
Stay safe, listeners.
Collected 2 packs of underwear.
What?
Nothing.
Well, it's obviously something.
No, it's just, well, I'm just not sure that was the best choice.
Why?
Don't you think it was a bit insensitive?
How do you mean?
You know, with everything that's going on with Run at 12.
Oh, God, I feel horrible now. Listeners, I am so sorry about that.
We're both sorry if that song offended anyone. We hope you'll know it wasn't our intention.
No, not at all. But, wow, I feel so stupid.
Hey, we all make mistakes. Let's just move on. Yeah?
Sure. This one's okay to play, right?
Yeah. I can't see why not.
Okay, good. Guys, here's an apology song. We'll be right back after this.
Stay safe.
Oh, and I'm sorry.
All right, so we've got an important announcement for you guys, don't we, Jack?
That we do, Eugene. A very important announcement, actually.
So listen up, everyone out there.
Your lives may depend on it. Okay, so last night we received a message from the guys up at Narwhal Tower.
Hello to Liv, Richard, and Alex.
Yeah, hello, guys. This message they sent us, well, it's not something that I would have imagined would still be going on.
No, it's really shocking.
Disgusting, really.
Absolutely. So the guys up at Narwhal wanted to warn you all about a new danger that's arisen on the RaffleNet.
Totally despicable. people perverting such a
Oh,
great
all right,
thing.
let me fill the listeners in.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, Liv, Alex, and Richard want everyone to know that apparently there's a group of brigands...
Bandits, thieves, thugs and scoundrels.
Thugs, that's it. There's a band of thugs sending messages on the Rafflenet posing as military officials.
Civilian relief provision teams, they call themselves.
Civilian relief provision teams, right. So they send messages to a whole bunch of Rafflenet addresses.
Oh, for a good spam filter, right?
Right, and these messages, they offer military assistance for civilians around the country.
Supply drops, medivac, air support, you name it.
But, and here's the important part. If you reply with your location, asking for assistance, they'll come over to where you're hiding and...
Well, it's not pretty. That's the important part.
They need to know, Jack. There are reports that they're, well...
taking prisoners. Slaves.
And some worse things. These are...
monsters.
Yeah, monsters.
The moral of the story, listeners, is to be careful with your details.
Yeah, don't give out any personal details over the Rafflenet, unless you know who's receiving them and you trust that person.
Right. We might be a long way from the old internet, guys, but that doesn't mean we left the danger behind.
Far from it, so remember, be careful who you trust.
And stay safe out there.
Yeah, stay safe.
Collected a bottle of water and a tin of food.
Alrighty then. Eugene, I think it's time.
Time for what?
Well, I think it's probably time to play some more of our listeners' messages.
You know what, my man? I think you're right. You want to get one all queued up while I do the intros?
Heck yes.
Okie dokie. Everybody, in the past couple of weeks since we suggested the idea, we've been really pleased to receive dozens of messages from all our wonderful listeners. It's fantastic to know how many people there are out there fighting the good fight and keeping the torch burning.
Mixing metaphors much?
Oh, shut up. Just do your job, let me do mine.
Right, mate. My job's done, isn't it?
You're ready?
Yep.
Wow, great. Okay. Guys, we're going to give you a bit of music, then we'll be back with some survival tips from the wonderful listeners to Radio? What's
Radio Able.
Radio Able.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Alright, tips. If you're going to survive outside the walls, you might want to remember this old monster movie standby. Cut off the head, you know it's dead. A good long-handled axe is very useful. However, don't think you need to decap a zom on your first strike. It's actually wiser to get it down first, ideally face-planted if you can manage it. Then, put one foot on the zom's back and have at it. This helps to reduce spatter and as a result, reduces your chance of infection.
Great advice there.
Truly excellent. Practical, simple, catchy. Although I must admit, if I never have to hear the word spatter again, it'll be too soon.
Yeah, it's a high squick factor word. Just one of the realities of life with zombies, I guess, though.
Well, of course. I did love the monster movie reference, too. Although, I prefer to live by another motto myself.
Which is?
Run the heck away, live another day.
Ah, yes, the coward's mantra.
It served me well. I am a proud coward.
Oh, don't undersell yourself. I've seen you swinging WG. Man's got moves.
Well, when needs must. I certainly have an effective cover drive.
Every shot a 4.
A 6?
6.
You're too kind.
I suppose I am.
Hey!
More calls after this.
Collected a tin of food.
Hi guys, my tip to all the runners out there, if you want to avoid any unwanted zombie attention, best trick is to not wash your running kit. Repeat, not wash your running kit. I found that if you smell like the undead don't seem to bother with you. Stay safe, guys.
You know, I think we found your soulmate.
What? What do you mean? Rude!
You can't say it's not true.
If my unique odour doth offend...
No, it's good. You're keeping me safe from zombie attacks, obviously.
Oh, shove off. Paul, I think it's a great tip. As we all know, survival is far more important than certain personal luxuries nowadays.
Personal luxuries like hygiene.
Hygiene, clean clothes, matching socks...
Oh, don't start with that again. I told you no one cares, and you know what? You'll just have to make do with what you've got.
Eugene Woods, I may smell like an Olympic weightlifter's underwear, but come on! One red sock, one blue sock? I have standards, sir.
I'll give you standards.
Collected a pair of trousers and a mobile phone.
Yeah, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. I just want to call in, and I'm not going to give you my name because I'm still convinced that this whole thing is just a government ploy to take our guns. But I wanted to throw this out there and see if anybody had considered rubbing themselves down in mud to keep the zombies from seeing you. I firmly believe that they have infrared vision and that the mud will cool down your body temperature.
Right. Wow.
I know.
I love that guy.
What?
That was great.
Is this your love of the crazy coming back to the fore?
Oh, come on. That call had everything. Paranoid conspiracy theories, gun rights, Predator references. That's my #1 favorite call so far.
Not exactly good advice, though, is it?
Like, that matters.
Will if people start thinking covering themselves in mud will make them invisible?
We don't know it doesn't. He could be right.
No, I'm not letting you say that. Listeners, do not cover yourselves in mud to hide from zombs. It won't work. Eugene's just being an idiot.
But Predator!
Collected a pack of batteries and a power cable. Collected a mobile phone.
Hey folks, my name is Michelle, and I'd just like to remind everybody to conserve their explosives. Now, like every other red-blooded American, I love explosions. They are, however, only good for two things: attracting zombies away from something important, or gaining entry into something important for myself and other survivors. Explosives are, and I'm very serious about this, no good whatsoever as a weapon against the zombs. I know it's tempting, believe me, I know it. But explosions don't do anything but turn shamblers into crawlers. And everybody hates goddamn crawlers.
Yep.
Everybody
hates
crawlers.
Everybody.
Seriously good advice there.
Absolutely. Guys, listen to Michelle. She is obviously a clued-in lady.
Damn straight. Now, I don't know where the hell you are getting these massive stockpiles of explosives from.
Dynamite trees?
Must be. But if you do have any boomsticks or thunderboxes, you keep them safe till you need them. Remember, decoys or forced entry, that's it.
Boomsticks. Thunderbox? Have you had a stroke?
Hey, governor! Don't you know the lingo? Next you'll be telling me this voice catcher's called a mincrophone, or that bottom swaddler's actually a chair. Bally colonists.
I will never understand your brain, will I?
No.
Okay, attention ears. We'll be back after this Chinese tune gives you this ear present. Australian. Alrighty, it's time for some important announcements.
Well, semi-important.
Quasi-important.
They're interesting.
Listeners, we have some messages for you which you may
or may not
find informative or interesting.
They're a mixed bag, is what we're saying.
Your radio-able public service announcements after this.
Collected a bottle of water.
Hey guys, so I'm a huge fan, and I was just calling in to see if you could do a little public service announcement for me. I was a dentist before, and I mean, I guess I still am, but we're a little more limited, and so it has become even more important for people to be brushing and flossing their teeth when possible. I mean, at a minimum, maybe use a rag to wipe your teeth off every day, your corner of your shirt, just make sure there's no contamination on there. Please don't become a zombie because you're trying to take care of your teeth. Anyway, it would really help me a lot because, man, I hate having to extract people's teeth without anesthetic. Right. Well, if you have a toothbrush, brush twice a day. If you have floss, at least once a day, you guys.
Certainly an important thing to remember.
But an easy thing to forget.
Maybe for you, mister.
I'm doing better. I even have my own tooth rag now.
That's only because you've heard Hannah's message.
Well, yeah. It's a recent development.
And I'm very glad for it. Thanks for the advice, Hannah.
Ladies, I'm sure one of the things you've noticed now that you've survived the Gray Plague for a while is your figure. Yes, what with food being scarce and exercise kind of being mandatory, we've all slimmed down and firmed up. However, I've come across runners in nothing but shorts and a sports bra. Now, inside the gates, that might be fine, but out in Zom territory, you are risking your life to look good. Every bit of skin that isn't covered is a chance to get scratched if you take a fall, and every scratch that isn't covered means a chance to get infected. Fellas, I'm sorry to cut down on your eye candy, but I figure you want the ladies safe and healthy too, am I right?
Well, that's just common sense, isn't it?
It is. It is, but...
What?
I don't know, it's weird, isn't it?
What is?
Well, I guess it's just weird how nowadays even fashion advice is life or death.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
Yeah.
Man, that's actually sort of depressing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still, everyone out there, it's good advice. Dress safe, no more bare ankles.
Oh, I love a good ankle.
Pervert.
Collected a pack of bandages.
I wanted to let you guys know that one of my dogs escaped the fence the other day. If you could please let the community know to be on alert for a large Rottweiler breed. Answers to the name Squidlet that may be headed in your direction. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Elizabeth, consider the community informed. Community, keep your eyes open for Squidlet.
And maybe if you're in the area, it's a good idea to stop carrying raw meat in your pockets for a while, unless you want to have a surprise encounter with a large dog.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a real trend around here, isn't it?
I do not understand it at all.
Quite. Well, thanks, Elizabeth. We hope Squidlet finds his,
Her?
their way home soon.
Stay safe, Squidlet.
Collected a tin of food. Collected a pair of shorts.
Hey, fellas. Listen, I'm glad the runners are bringing back supplies. Those crutches and fresh batteries went a long way, but do they have to bring back so many sports bras? I mean, yeah, we need fresh underwear, but are they just lying around randomly everywhere they go? It just seems a bit excessive, is all I'm saying.
Well, I think we all know who he's talking about.
You know the Major doesn't like us gossiping.
But, no, okay, but naming no names, it does seem to be a certain runner in particular who's the culprit here.
Naming no names.
Runner 5?
It's like some sort of fixation.
Weird, right?
Now, no judging here.
Speak for yourself.
No. You got it all wrong. He was definitely awake at the end.
You're a fool. Listen to me. His totem was still spinning. It was a dream. The kids would...
Don't start with the kids again. They're different actors.
It's the same flipping shot. Exactly the same. Costumes, lighting, everything. It's a dream.
But the kids are 4 years older at the end.
You only know that because you read that stupid article by the casting agent.
It's a valid line of inquiry. Anyway, this is all missing the most important point. The second totem.
Oh, here you go.
Look, it's simple. Watch his ring finger. Does he have his wedding ring on? If so, it's not a dream. Mickey Mouse stuff.
What, so he's awake during the training sequence with Ariadne where the city flips upside down?
He is not wearing his wedding ring during his sequence.
Yes, he is.
No, seriously, he isn't.
Are you sure?
Well, it has been a year since I saw the film.
Yeah, this debate would be much easier if there were a surviving copy to watch, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Music?
Probably a good idea.
Hi, Jack and Eugene. This is Julie calling. I'm calling in because I want to place an ad on your Z-Bay thing. Because, I mean, if you'd asked me before what I would have missed in a zombie apocalypse, I'd have said probably something big like the internet. Because, let's face it, RaffleNet does not hold a candle to cute cat videos, right? But that's not what I really miss the most. What I really, really miss is food that tastes like something. I mean, canned meat, canned vegetables, canned fruit, canned beans. None of it tastes like anything. And I mean, I know most of the store-bought ground spices from before are probably way past their shelf date, but if anyone out there has whole spices, peppercorns, cinnamon, coriander, cumin, anything you have, just send it my way. I am willing to make an extremely good deal. I'm a decent seamstress. I'm an okay gardener. Heck, I'll teach your kids to read if you want. I used to be a school teacher. Just get in touch with me, okay? Jack and Eugene have my RaffleNet contacts.
I thought Z-Bay had died a death.
Well, seems like it's sort of come back to life.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of that going around there, isn't there?
Still, nice to have an ad.
Yes. So, listeners, if you have any spices and you'd like to trade them with Julie in exchange for any of the things she mentioned, let us know.
I have to say, her mention of peppercorns has my mouth watering.
Oh, don't. I'm starving.
Peppercorns.
Go away.
Collected 2 mobile phones and a box of 9mm bullets.
Jason Bourne, obviously.
You must be high. Brock Sampson every time.
Oh, you cannot be serious. There is no way that an animated guy with a mullet, who doesn't even ever use guns, could win the fictional spy fighting tournament.
Sampson, man. Sampson. Guy's a Swedish murder machine.
Jason Bourne once killed a dude with a newspaper.
5 words. Brock Sampson is David Puddy.
Dude, you had to go and play the Seinfeld card, didn't you?
Am I right or am I right?
Fine. You're right.
Yes.
Jack and Eugene, and all those listeners to Radio Able. This is Drew. I'm calling you to see if you've found my wife, Samantha, my friend Chris, or my sister Elizabeth. If you know anything about them, please let me know. We lost them to the Great Plague, and I hope that they're alive out there. Thanks, guys.
Samantha, Chris, Elizabeth, I hope you're hearing this.
We hope you guys are out there and that you're safe. Let us know if you hear this. Drew's looking for you.
Stay strong, Drew. We'll get that message to them.
Stay strong. Stay safe.
Collected a pack of underwear. Collected a tin of food.
Robin Hood, Hercules, Shere Khan, Mulan, and Aladdin.
No Lady Cluck.
Lady Cluck?
Yeah, you know, the badass hen from Robin Hood.
Right. No, just those 5. I've already got my positions filled. Mastermind, muscles, stealth, disguise, and pickpocket.
All right. I'm convinced that is probably the best Disney character heist team ever hypothetically assembled.
Thank you very much.
So I'm calling to see if I can get some trades. I was a dentist, and I've done some really awful Stone Age dentistry since. I mean, when you're two-thirds, there's nothing worse, and I would absolutely kill for some unexpired dental anesthetic cartridges, if anyone happens to come across those, or, you know, some dental instruments. They're small, and they look like carving tools, sort of, but, yeah, anything I have to trade. I have some medical knowledge. I can patch you up, do stitches, whatever. I would love to trade for that sort of thing. So just let me know. Thank you.
That's pretty specific stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. It's not impossible.
Nothing's impossible.
Exactly. So, guys, if you find any dental supplies, there's a dentist in need out there.
We have to look after our teeth, right?
Absolutely. Otherwise, how will we infect others once we go gray?
Wow. Dark.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, guys, let us know. Good luck with your search, Hannah.
Mission completed. Collected a box of 9mm bullets. Collected a pack of underwear and a USB key. Collected a pair of shorts. Collected a pair of trousers. Collected a radio. Collected a tin of food. Collected a box of light bulbs. Collected a mobile phone and a toolbox. Collected a pack of batteries. Collected a book. Collected a pack of batteries. Collected a pair of trousers. Collected a bottle of water. Collected a bottle of water. Collected a pack of bandages. Collected a shirt. Collected a pack of underwear. Collected a pack of bandages. Collected a bottle of pain meds and an axe. Collected a sports bra. Collected a baseball bat. Collected a pack of batteries. Collected a tin of food.